everyone. Happy Easter to you all. Today I'm going to do a random color along and chat in Teresa Goodridge's Gnome for the Holidays, just to kind of get in the mode of starting this project in Gnome at Home, a book completion project I want to do on my channel. I'm just finishing up a few tutorials now for the brand new fairy tale coloring club, so then I'll get into that. And I have one Lost in Time RJ Hampson I'm finishing up for my new Patreon that I'll be letting y'all join here soon as well. So I'm gonna completely be random. All of my color alongs tutorials, especially the ones you can do in the memberships, I put in a great amount of palette preparations but plan out my whole palettes in advance and write them out. I'm just kind of grabbing some colors. I'm gonna go for it, and we're just gonna like hope it all turns out. So and I'll tell you a little bit more about, I do have a little piece of paper here if I need to test a couple colors. We're using Prismacolor from the 150 set today, and I'm going to be using a Prismacolor blender stick, colorless blender, which gives me some good effects. I'm going to start with the basic pink PC929 and work on this big egg here, going around the circles. I'll probably use some alcohol marker in here just for ease of convenience and time. I'm going to shade in around these little bubbles. I might do like a marker on the bubbles because it'll be rich and dark, and cover any overlay if I get on here from the pencil. I try to keep mine nice and sharp. If anybody of you are wondering, I use the Doll 133, the crank one. It has never broken a Prismacolor ever. It's the only one that doesn't. I've been using it lately for my Holbeins as well, and the new Ohuhu pencils. I'm just about done with that video. I did a box opening and review of the new Ohuhu pencils. Their first set. You know, usually they do the alcohol markers, and it's a 72 set. I did the box opening, the testing, colored in a couple books on camera, and review, and then I said I'm going to complete 2 full pages, one in an Amazon paper book, an Alexander Franzesi book, and then one in the Leon's Journey Kinuko Gusa book. I'm going to color the whole thing, which, you know, took me a few days, so I couldn't do it on camera, and then I'll come back and record the last segment and show you the completed pages and tell you my full opinion. And I finally finished those 2. So keep an eye out for that video. And I ended up coloring 2 pages in Leon's Journey with it. And then one on the basic Amazon paper, which is the Alexander Franzesi's Easter book, actually. It's called Cute and Hoppy. Real cute little critters, easy coloring kind of a thing. I'm actually leaning toward just a single color here on this egg. I'm going to minimize how much blending. I usually use a minimum of 3 colors for any area on my tutorials, but that takes a lot longer, and I'm just trying to keep this simple and easy for you guys so I can get it out on time for Easter. So yeah, my thoughts on the Ohuhu pencils, you know, they're very interesting. It's unfortunate they only had a 72 set. They're very similar to a Polychromos, and I imagine these are going to be pretty popular, that they're going to amp their game to a bigger set. In fact, I'm going to write to them after doing this review, tell them my suggestions, and I will include the link for this review, of course. Now, it's a little tricky when trying new pencils because different pencils perform differently on different papers. So I did a base layer, you can see, real soft all across. I'm going to go back. I'm going to darken each side almost like a second layer because you can still see some of that fluffy white stuff, which means the paper can take more tooth. So yeah, so what was I saying? Oh, yeah, you know, it's funny. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Polychromos. Actually, let me tell you a story about Holbeins. Holbeins are the most expensive, I think, artist version of a harder oil pencil on the market. I started coloring in 2017. I I asked for a set of Holbeins, the full set from my dad for like my birthday. Probably, it was before COVID. It was probably 2018. And I think his, sorry, I gagged a little. His wife, whose name I won't mention because I don't like her. She's the wicked stepmother. Anyway, she got them for him, per his instruction, on Amazon Japan, and I got them for my birthday. All right, cool. Well, I tried them, and it was like the worst worst thing I've ever done or tried. They were like hard as stone, and nothing like was blending, and it was all scratchy on the paper, and I'm like, this is like, what the hell? Like, this is a popular pencil? How do people even color with this thing? And no joke though, I only tried like, I tried on one page, and I have no idea what book it was. It was, you know, back then I didn't have a lot of, you know, there weren't quite as many coloring books back then. It was probably a Deborah Muller book or something. One of her earlier ones, or Hannah Lynn, that's what I was coloring in those days. Oh, or the original Romantic Countries. Anyway, and so it didn't, so I had only tried like 2 colors. And then I immediately was like, nope, nope, nope. And I let them sit in the case. Only 2 of them were tried for like 2 years. And I just had this, it's like it was tainted forever on the Holbeins. And so I sold them after like 2 years on eBay, like basically brand new at like a cheap price, which was the dumbest thing I ever did. Okay, go forward, COVID and all, is when I started taking professional coloring classes that were being offered. There were some offered locally that they don't do that anymore, but I bought tutorial like books. Became self-taught. So the first couple of years I just colored for fun, you know, and I noticed after a couple of years all my pictures were the same. You know, like there was no improvement of skill because I wasn't learning new skill. I wasn't trying new things. I was just coloring one after another just for fun. You know, I didn't really think, oh, I can improve my coloring. I can improve my pictures. I can put in more detail. I can make them look better. I can learn new techniques. I can do blah, blah, blah. I just colored with cheap markers for years. Cali Art and Shuttle Arts. I love markers. I think even my Prismacolor first experience wasn't great. I did do that occasionally though. Like I had the small set originally. So then, you know, I took 2 years of intentional, I'm going to grow my coloring skills. I want to be like professional level. 2 years of intentional tutorials or techniques. I took some Prismacolor blending classes. I took colored pencil theory classes and blah, blah, blah. And sure enough, I was now doing, you know, more intermediate level. Certainly not the best. There are others out there better than me who actually went to art school and blah, blah, blah. But, well then I started accumulating all the other artist pencils. I came into more money. So I bought like all the different Derwents and probably Chromos, the whole set, the whole Prismacolor set. I got like like all the Black Widows and Lyras and like Art and Flies and like I probably have like 50 pencil sets. Like, it's no joke. It's kind of a sickness, actually. And I still didn't buy the dang Holbeins. Like, it's like I have so many pencils. And then I finally, last year, I said, screw it. I'm buying them myself. Repurchased the whole set from eBay Japan. A couple $100. And I took what I had learned from doing like polychromos technique, which is a whole different. So here's something that new colorists don't know if you're new. Oil pencils and wax pencils are completely different. How they perform, how you blend, how you use them, the kind of paper you do them on. And you know, when you're new and coloring for fun, you don't know any of that. That's why I teach on my channel. So now I knew that polychromos were a harder oil pencil, and Holbein's even harder than that, an oil pencil. So it wasn't the pencil that was the problem originally, it was me. And it was the paper, and it was the technique, right? So I got the correct kind of papers. Well, I had to take several books and use my Holbeins on them to figure out the best papers. Using what I knew about oil blending pencil techniques. And sure enough, I was creating beautiful pictures, and it was nothing like I remembered or thought. And I had realized that I was the problem, and I had to buy a new pencil set for no reason whatsoever when I sold the others for cheap that I didn't even buy because my dad bought them. So yeah, so oil pencils though, I did do a beautiful Holbein picture in Cute and Creepy by Camille de Erico on my Patreon that'll be launching. The cute little alien. It looks amazing. And it's just, they're different. They're just so different. And so people that think you hate Holbeins, it's probably the paper you used, or your technique. Just trust me. It is literally night and day when you use certain pencils on different papers, like one after the other, and you can see and feel the difference. It's incredible. And I was remembering this when I was coloring and doing the videos for the Ohuhu new oil pencils that I haven't released yet because they're hard. They're, you know, they're like polychromos, not quite as hard as Holbein, but I did on several different papers and knowing my new techniques, and they are quite an astounding pencil. Like, it was quite a discovery, and so I'm going to talk all about that in my video. Okay, so I got 2 layers in. I think it's good. I mean, we're doing a solid color, right? But you can still see a teeny bit of that tooth in there. If you look close, it looks kind of like white pixie dust. That's because some of the pores of the paper are still open, almost like they're open a little. They're not compressed fully down, which is what you can achieve from a colorless blender, or taking your color and really burnishing hard. So I'm going to take my colorless blender, make sure there's no, I got a little black on there from the previous picture. You don't want any other color on there. Pick it off. And with a medium pressure, usually a harder pressure, but I'm going to start out medium because we only have one color. I'm going to press down. And what this does, I'm going to press hard and just rub it in. And this is basically creating a friction. There's like a material on here, right? But the harder pressure and little jiggles like this, pushing harder, it compresses the paper tooth all the way down and closes it off. That's why you can't get any more color on once you've used the colorless blender. It closes it and it gives it a nice smooth matte finish. It removes all the remaining little white fluffy looking tooth. I call them pores. I think of them like skin because they take on pigment, absorb it until your pores kind of close off. So this helps preserve not having to do another 3rd layer. It preserves your pencils, makes them last a little longer. You don't have to push down quite as hard and all that. And it gives a nice soft fluffy look. So I like how this looks if you compare the 2 sides. It works great when you're blending, of course, multiple colors, which I'll show you on another area above. I do this in a lot of my tutorials. It's really simple. Already you can see the difference. You can also use a 3rd layer of your same color, pushing down real hard and letting that wax warm up, and that can be your final blend to kind of close off those tooth. But you don't quite get that same fluffy little look. Anyway, what was I talking about? Pencils. Oh yeah. So I have a bad habit of buying I'm a completionist. I can't buy, like, if like Color has like what, a 180, 2 something, 300, 500 set over time, like I had the 300, but I had to get the 500 when it came out. I need variety in my colors. I love color blending. I like variety. I do a ton of coloring. I don't always want to use the same pencils, the same colors. I have to have the biggest of whatever a product is offering because I'm a freak. And so, of course, now I have the 300 and the 500, which means 300 of them are redundant in my 500 set, but anyway, yeah. So I have a lot of pencil sets. I have a bad habit, though, of, I'm buying all the different pencil sets, coloring them to review them, showing them to you guys, doing a picture or 2, and then not using them again and sticking with the same 3 or 4 of my favorites. So my new goal this year, and to be honest, I have 5 or 6, I showed a picture recently, 5 or 6 pencil sets that are new that I have never colored with. They're still in shrink wrap. Ohuhu was one of them, which I finally just finished that video, and I'm so glad I did. But, I'm going to show you how the results were in those pages I did. But I have a habit of, I'm a little behind in reviewing those pencil sets. These other new ones, I can't, it's kind of fun. It's like something I'm waiting to get to discover. Like getting to try new pencils for the first time and see what they do. It's kind of like getting to go to a new restaurant. wondering what they have, how you're gonna like it. And I think it's kind of fun. Okay, so we're done with this egg here. It looks good. It's a single color, real simple. You don't have to do this final little blend trick. That is up to you. I am going to try to keep this picture all cute little Easter colors. Take your basic makeup brush, get all your little crumbs off. I'm going to work on the hair here. So for the hair, I'm using, we're going to start out with Light Umber, which is PC944. And this is just going to be for some dark shadows. Let's do some in the center of the braid here, going down like this. Mostly going to be yellows. I saw someone did this. I saw this on Pinterest. I like the color palette. I don't know who it is. It was like in a gallery of a bunch of different pictures from this book. Just going to do that in the center of the braid. I'm going to do a little bit up here around the nose. So there's a little more shadow. And then more shadow, just lightening it up right there. And there's not a lot of hair, so it's a real simple thing. We're going to do a little bit at the bottom of this braid here. Pretty simple. Okay, let's go into the yellows. Let's go into Sand, PC940. We're gonna blend into that little bit of brown up here, right at the edges and overlapping it. Same thing, I'm gonna kind of go over the center one and around it. I'm actually gonna make it darker in the middle and go lighter as we go out. So anyway, about my pencil sets, so my goal for this year was to start coloring a lot more pictures with every pencil set to get to know them better. You have to get to know your pencils. That's why people say, my favorite are Prismas. My favorite are Black Widows, because they've probably used those the most and become the most familiar with the colors, how they blend, how they feel, the final outcome. You know, we use our favorite pencil sets over and over, and that does create experience. And experience creates better results. And familiarity, and there's comfort in the familiarity, right? So when we have our Holbeins, our Derwent or Albert Durers, or, you know, Derwent Inktints, or all these other pencils we hardly use, we're kind of intimidated. Like, I don't know how it's going to look. I don't know how to use it. It's going to take longer to get the picture done because it's an experiment. So we kind of avoid it. And I do the same thing. So my goal is to color in several different papers. Very well-known artist books like an Airy book and a mythographic book and basic Amazon paper book with each pencil set, and really learn which books are working good with certain pencils and what the effects look like, and show them to you so I can discover more favorites, because I mean, it's just silly to assume that this is the best and that's the best, because I've had great results with pencils that I have tested that I've hardly ever used. So, all right. So let's go to Jasmine, PC 1012. We're going to just blend downward. Just kind of keep going down like a gradient almost, away from the darker. Not a lot, just a little, because we're going to still squeeze in 2 more yellows. So yeah, I have shrink wrapped. I've never tried or opened any of the Lyra pencils. I have 3 Lyra sets waiting to open and review with you guys. I'm so excited. It's the Lyra's waxy ones, the Lyra watercolor pencils, and the Lyra oily based pencils. And they're artist pencils. They're smaller sets, you know, probably, I think there's probably about the 72, like the Ohuhu size. I'm not sure, I don't have it in front of me, but let's blend into this here. But we're going to open them on camera. I'm going to try them. I'm using my Kanoko Agusa book, my Leon's Journey. It's a book completion of my own that I'm doing, not on camera, but my goal is to try every new pencil set, 2 pages in that book, so I can compare them in that book as I'm comparing and showing them to you guys on camera and telling you my results. Kanoko Agusa has some very well-known books and papers. Then I can really have a good comparison in one book. I can flip through when I'm done and see I did like 20 different pencil sets in this book, and I'm keeping notes of each one, what I like and how each one performed and yada yada. All right, so we just put in a little. We just brought out. We're bringing out this center darker area more to the sides, right? Okay. Totally winging this. We're gonna do the canary yellow PC 916. I'm gonna blend into that color going downward. It's gonna liven things up. It's a bright color, so we're only doing a little. Just a little. Overlapping that last color, leave a little white space left for our final little color. We're gonna do this little yellow here. We're bringing it more toward the sides. We're gonna leave a little white for our final color, which is the deco yellow. This hair isn't, I mean, this is a fantasy picture, right? It's not gonna look like totally natural blonde. It's gonna look more like Suzanne Summers' Three's Company hair, maybe. She's really yellow hair. Most blondes are more like white cream, I think, in reality. Okay. Got a little white left on each side. Now let's put in the deco yellow, 1011. We're going to finish filling in the white at the edges with this one. Okay. Let's get up here too. Get the remaining yellow right here, white area. I'm going to touch up a little more shadows after and blend it out. So, I'm just going to tell you something about the Fairy Tale Coloring Club in a minute. Just want to focus on this blending. Whoops, I forgot to add a color down here. Oh well. It's nice to not always have to spend 2 hours pre-planning all my palettes and pulling colors and having them ready and making all the color cards. I can just start coloring in for you guys because I usually put a lot of planning into mine. So I'm going to go back to the original dark brown. I'm sorry, the light umber. I'm just going to darken up a little bit of this around the root here. Put a little bit, another layer on, just a little. I'm not using very much pressure. I'm just tickling it in, sort of. And I'm going to put a little more around the center here. It's not taking a lot because I did it a little more firm. And this is really just to make like a shadow, so it's not a flat yellow really when you're looking at the hair, you know, like this is where the folds are, the hair. And I'm just going to put in some of those colors. I'll put in again the sand, which was the second one. We're just repeating that process, kind of reapplying some more of the same order of the colors we already did. Gonna get a little more sand up here, bring it down, blend over that umber. And it's come to my attention that I can't buy Easter candy for people because I always buy at C's Candy. And they sell out, right? Like a week, 2 weeks before Easter. So you got to buy it early. Like, I think a month early or whatever. They've had it since last month. Since early March. Let's go to Jasmine 1012. Put in some more of that. So I did. I bought like 4 chocolate bunnies, the middle size, all the little bunnies. The little tiny flat bunnies, the solid chocolates. I love their solid chocolate bunnies in the fridge. Eating them from the fridge. I got a couple of Bordeaux eggs, coconut eggs. But I bought mine like 6 weeks before for my family and stuff. Well, that was a mistake. Guess why? I can't control myself around chocolate, especially C's Candy. I ate all of it. Yeah, I did. Well, I'm sorry. No, I have 1 Bordeaux egg left. So someone's going to win the last Bordeaux egg. I'm terrible. Yeah, I kept thinking, oh, I'll go back and get more. I'll just eat it, having a bad day here, a bad day there. I just kept digging into the Easter chocolate bag I was hiding away. Ate it all. Yeah, I'm a lost cause. Well, guess what? Easter's in 3 days. These candies sold out. So, oh, I'm on the deco. Suddenly, oh, my kids are all grown. They don't really need Easter chocolate this year. I'm just going to give them, I'm going to make them a cake and making them dinner. And I'm going to, well, I did get like some little chocolate eggs. So I guess I bought myself See's Candy for Easter and ate it all before Easter. So, hallelujah. Congratulations. Confessions of an Adult Colorist. Oh, man, I enjoyed it too. I don't think my metabolism did, but dang, it was good. So, yeah, unfortunately, I did the same thing for Valentine's Day. I've been having a kind of a hard year. So apparently I thought that was a fluke, but no, this is the pattern at this point. I cannot buy an advanced chocolate for other people. I mean, my mistake was I didn't buy any for myself when I bought the stuff for them. So I didn't be like, oh, here's theirs, this is mine. That's kind of my mistake. So yeah, I guess there was a live and learn component here, right? Okay, so now we're going to take our blender. Not much pink on there. I'm going to blend up here. I'm going to blend it over this brown one. Sorry if it shakes my camera a little. I'm using fast little squiggle because I don't want to create indents and I go left, right, down. And you might see it shake the camera. And I'm using a harder pressure. And the point is that this dark light umber just kind of fades into the yellow. Okay. Let's do it over here too. Who needs all that chocolate anyway, except for me? Terrible person. Oh my God. I can't be the first person ever to do that, right? Has anyone ever done that? I mean, come on. Admit it. Who bought chocolate for someone else for a holiday and ate it? Lucy did it, and I Love Lucy. Multiple episodes, in fact. She would still give the half-eaten box, though, as her gift. Sorry, I ate some. I couldn't help myself. Here, I'm going to go from the dark upward. Another thing is I like to, so here I'm going to take the dark center. I'm going to go out that way on that side and out this way on this side. So I'm going to blend at the umber and go outward. Try to blend all this yellow. On the light, you don't have to blend very hard on the lighter color. It doesn't take much. I'm really just trying to blend that light umber into the yellow so it looks kind of seamless. Your hand might cramp. It's all right. These colors are light, so you're not going to see a ton of effect. It works better on really pale. Sometimes this material in the blender will pick up a little of the black ink from the printing from the book, like a thick line, like I think it's doing right here in the middle. It's pulling a little into the brown, which is fine because the brown's darker. It doesn't always do that. It really depends on, I don't know. I think some inks that Amazon uses are different. All right, so I'm going to finish blending this out off camera just to save a little recording time, and then we're going to continue on the hat. 1923. So it's, 23, 30 something years later, and it has Harrison Ford. It's the two young, the young boy that the kid or whatever, two kids that survived from 1883 are now adults on the Dutton Ranch, but it's owned by, the parents died at some point between the two, but it's owned by like the uncle who raised them once they got to Montana, and they have this beautiful land. It's kind of about industrializing and expansionism and Irish mob, I guess, trying to take over their ranch because they have the most beautiful, biggest property in Montana, and that they secured from when they went there in 1883, which all the way up to Yellowstone, which is the present day show. But so that's 1923. It was really good. Season 1, 1923, season 2 just came out. I have not watched it yet. I'm excited. It's like I want to rewatch 1883 and 1923 part 1 before I watch it because I got to be in the mode. Putting some white over here too. So after 1923 season 2, they're filming right now 1947 or 1943, which is the next installment of the Dutton family, which will be the next generation. That leads into the current show, which is Yellowstone. There's 7 seasons of Yellowstone, which is the modern day one with Kevin Costner and the big Montana ranch, and how it's same kind of concept. And the Indians that still live there on the reservations, it's the same concept. Bureaucracy trying to take the land and wanting to build airports and resorts there, and them fighting to keep the land that their ancestors claimed or built in 1883. And it's very well done. It's good. Yellowstone is a kick. The daughter in that, Beth, oh man, she's a character. She's just a nut job. She's hilarious. She's just a hater. She has a bad childhood. She's a hater. She's an amazing actress. And, I like horses. I like ranch type stuff. I was always a fan of City Slickers with Billy Crystal. The movie, I used to watch that all the time. Love Lonesome Dove, like I said. So, it's good. It's great cast of characters, good plot story development. It doesn't have the same historical flair as the earlier seasons, which is the 1883. But it's worth watching. I would recommend that. Of course, if you haven't seen Outlander, start with that. But otherwise, I would watch 1883 and move your way forward. And it's another favorite. So when my son moved out 3 months ago and I became kind of empty nest, my last son, which has been real depressing, I'm like, I got to distract myself. We used to watch new shows or repeat shows every night, a couple episodes every night together. That was our routine for years and years. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to rewatch all our other shows we've ever watched, my favorites. I made a whole list and I'm working through them. So I've done Outlander again. I did Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman again, which of course I've always loved. Jane Seymour. It's another Western time period. Oh, speaking of, and then I went to Little House on the Prairie. Watched all of them. There's 7 or 8 episodes I've always skipped because they're so boring because it's really not even about the family. But I've rewatched most Little House on the Prairie. I just finished that. Right after watching Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman again, which has always been one of my favorite shows from the 90s. But I have to say that I never caught this. Because I watched Dr. Quinn and then Little House on the Prairie right after. Dr. Quinn was done 20-something years later. There are so many episodes of Little House on the Prairie, plot-wise, that were redone. That the writers from Dr. Quinn literally took from the playlist of Little House on the Prairie. Like the Jesse James episode when they come, like the tornado, the flood, the circus one, literally, because I know those shows so well, but I never caught it until I watched them back to back, and I'm like, the writers totally took a bunch of plot ideas for episodes from Little House on the Prairie for Dr. Quinn. So that was really interesting to notice that. Some of them almost like the Doomsday, the End of the World, it was just the Indian stuff. It was, yeah. So anyway, I've got through those 2. Again, I usually watch 3 episodes per night. Whatever show I'm watching. Usually while I'm doing coloring. And then I'm on The Sopranos now. And we're going to blend here in a second. If it looks a little too harsh to where it goes from the pink to the white, just kind of soften it up with the pink. Can touch a little bit over the white. We've got that highlight in the middle. You see that line right there? So we're just kind of working that in. But I'm really pulled. I've always preferred to rewatch favorites because I read a study and I always wondered why I do that. And the study kind of explained it. It said a majority of people often prefer rewatching favorites than new shows because the familiarity, the nostalgia that's created from good feelings, the dopamine rush, or the sense of comfort it provides to look forward to watching a show again that you know you've really liked, that brought you positive feelings, gives you like a dopamine hit. The familiarity of a show you know you like or love, especially if times are rough, actually calms your nervous system. And so you're lured and pulled to watch the same shows again and again from the past that you know made you feel good. So like Gilmore Girls, one of my top favorite shows of all time. That's next on my list. I'm going to watch that again. I usually watch it every fall. Maybe I'll save it to fall. We're close enough. I'll probably save it to fall. I'll work. But yeah, so next on my list, Desperate Housewives has always been one of my favorite, like, fun drama shows. And it's just, my son and I watched it so many times. It's such a good show. You guys remember Desperate Housewives? Have you seen it? It's not like those stupid Real Housewives of Los Angeles stupid crap you see out there now, which I imagine. I don't watch it, so I don't know. But it's actually mild comedic, satire, great writing, good characterization, good acting. Just at the time of Desperate Housewives, Wisteria Lane, it was kind of creative. It's a good show. It's very, I've always loved it, so I'm going to be watching that again. It's all about these different women that live on the street, and there's some bad things that kind of happen, but they don't play it in the most serious way. It's really good. Good show. Okay, so let's get the blender. Still don't need to sharpen after everything I've done. I'm going to blend it gently in the middle. I'm going to go down this white area. My light is flickering again. I think I have a short in my extension cord. I thought it was the bulb, but it's not. I'm going to blend out the pink line where the transition is. See if I can kind of soften that gradient a little bit. And yes, my hand's going to cramp. I think it's espresso time. Time for me to pause and make some espresso. I've become my own little barista. I got the Smeg, which is a really fancy German milk frother heater, and it's got like 7 different settings of. It's just like a steel cup you put into like almost like a little blender base, and it's got different blades in it. And you can be like, I want thick foam, I want medium foam, I want just warmed up, I want hot cocoa, I want you to melt in chocolate, and I make my own milk. I get this thick foam, not like the little one you do with the hand whisk. So cool. And you can do cold foam. It's the coolest thing ever. So I make my own. I got a cappuccino maker. I make the shots, and then I got the syrups, and I make my own fancy coffee drinks because I was spending way too much money on buying coffee, which is so silly. But I mean, I still do that if I happen to be out sometimes, which isn't that often. But right now I've been on my almond white chocolate mochas, lattes. I'm sorry, steamed the thick foam with almond syrup with white chocolate sauce and vanilla soy milk. It's so good. But yeah, I can't do it every day. I got at least I need to lose like 30 or 40 pounds since so true, since these surgeries. Oh, I'm gonna talk about my surgery updates and stuff next here as soon as my next chat. Hopefully, is anyone actually doing this color along? I often wonder, am I like talking to myself? And historically, this conversation will never be heard by anybody between now and when I die. If anyone's actually listening to this, make me a comment, like tell me, because I'm just really curious if anyone ever listens to anything I say in these coloring chats. I don't know. I'm curious. I think to do a color along and listen to a chat, you have to like not despise the personality. Probably rings through in the coloring, and I don't know how my personality comes across, but I'm not any delicate wallflower, so I would probably communicate a lot more bluntly if it wasn't like a public channel. I don't want to scare away some of you that don't want to hear me ever say anything that has a bad word in it, but I can be explicit when the situation calls for it. I can't repeat any of the Sopranos lines, that's for sure. Someone on here might have a heart attack. Oh, Damn, this light is flickering. Okay, well, while we're done with this, I can do it a little harder right here. I'm gonna try to go around all the little dots and stuff. So you can really see good that white highlight in the middle. Get some elbow grease in there. All right, so it just, and then, you know, you can't usually get much color back on top. You can try to put in a little more white, but it's got like a coating now. You can get a little in there, but not much. As you can see, it's not really going to take much. Let's blend a little more up here. I missed. Our guy on the other side is going to be purples because it's Easter. All right, let me go make my coffee. We're gonna come back and do, I wanna keep all of this in pinks. Probably gonna use, see how this, we'll put some of this pink down into here. A couple more of these pinks. I've gotta think about this palette for a minute. I think a baby blue would look good here too, in the ears and the... decisions. Okay, well, we'll see when I come back. All right, so I'm done. We get a little bit of that shadow. I mean, in hindsight, this is one of the reasons I do plan my palettes ahead of time. That light umber going into those yellows might have been a little too dark still. So it didn't, the transition of the blending didn't go quite as smooth as I wanted, but that's why I generally plan my palettes better with my swatch. Okay, let's start with Hot Pink PC 993. Okay, and we're gonna do the hat strip. We're gonna bring it in like this, and then the lighter colors as we go closer to the middle. Generally, you know, I color on camera for my color along tutorials for my memberships, and sometimes on this channel, but I prefer to color in my living room when I'm half listening, half watching whatever show I'm on with my coloring board and my recliner. It's way more comfortable than this stiff chair where I'm doing under the camera lights. But I've started rewatching The Sopranos. It's on HBO Max. Wow. I've seen the series once. It's been a long time. Maybe 8 or 9 years ago. I mean, it aired in 1999 with James Gandolfini. James Gandolfini is in my favorite Christmas movie, which is Surviving Christmas with Ben Affleck. And unfortunately, he passed away. But man, they don't make shows anymore like that one. I've forgotten how good it is. It starts out a little slow the first couple episodes because you're getting to know the characters, but wow, talk about quintessential, almost like stereotypical gangster, you know, New York City gangster, and just language. Not just the language. I mean, it's probably a real representation of what mob life probably was for the normal mob families back in the day. Obviously, a lot of that got cracked down on. But it's really good. It's a good show. It's intense, and it's like the acting is spectacular. The characterization, the James Gandolfini and the gal Camilla plays his wife. I mean, yeah, it's just the language, I mean, is so New York City, you know. I mean, obviously every other word is like the F-bomb and some other kind of variant of that. And there's a lot of stuff in there you would not see in TV shows this day. Just some reference to other racial groups and things of that nature, which I don't necessarily approve of, but it's probably how things really were. But he's such a good actor. He's like the ultimate, I don't know. It's good. It's a really good show. It starts out with him the guy who plays his therapist, it's him, Tony Soprano, who's like, you know, the mob boss of his family, going to therapy, which is kind of funny for a big old Italian dude, like having a mental breakdown, going to therapy, and he hates himself for having to go. It's kind of funny, actually. So you see how here I'm leaving some white as I lightened my pressure as I went inward, so we can have some more pinkish white to kind of transition into the lighter color. And I'm going to stop right about here. We're going to move into the next color, which is PC928 Rose. Oh, cut off the full name. Rose Fafard, F-A-R-D-E, which I think is light pink is what that stands for. Anyway, so we're going to blend, you know, 1/3 of the way into this, very light. So yeah, I've been watching The Sopranos. I used to read and write, in fact, a lot of crime fiction. I'm enjoying it. You know, it's really weird when you've seen a whole show and you wait 5 years and watch it again. And it's like, you know, oh, I know this is a mob show, and you kind of see a few flashes and you kind of remember it, but you don't remember it until you watch it again. You forget, you know, there's all these seasons and all these episodes. There's so much in it. Like, there's no way you can remember all of that, right? So it's almost like if after all these years, getting to see it for the first time. Yeah, so if you don't have a problem with mild violence, bad language, and, you know, stuff you can imagine the mob does, you wouldn't like it. But otherwise, it is highly recommended. It's not my typical kind of genre. It's just it's a nice change. I can talk about my favorite show. So we're leaving some white here in the center. Blending this lightly. We're overlapping the pinks. And we're going to put in next color, Deco Pink, PC1014. And we're going to blend this one in. Overlap. And we're going to blend that really light in the center, like very light, almost like there's some white there still. All right. I don't generally put pink and that many pinks or that many of one color all close together, but it's an Easter picture. I think we can get away with it. And I saw a similar picture, like I said, and I'm like, ooh, I think that would look good. Let's try it. I'm actually going to take my white and put a little bit of white in this center spot right over it. So it'll be like a highlight. Okay. So I'm going to repeat my process. So we're building 2 layers. I'm going to do the hot pink again, the 993, and just fill in a little more tooth. Just work it a little bit more. Makes it easier to blend. Keep it kind of steady and a light pressure. You see it's working. It's darkening up. How many of you have seen Outlander? Since we're talking about TV, I don't know why. 100%. Across the board, bank my life on it. No question, the best show I've ever seen in my life. It is a pop culture phenomenon for a reason. It is bloody fantastic. Yes, it's R-rated. Mostly in the first season. It is phenomenal. It is a historical masterpiece. I don't have often that many rave reviews of shows. I have high standards. I'm really picky with shows. It's a historical period show based on the novel series, which I've not read. They're massive books. Actually, I'm thinking of reading them, but I've seen this series like 9 times. So it's the most accurate time period piece I've seen as far as like the costumes, the dialect, the setting, the history woven in, the accuracy of life and living during the time period. It's so perfect, so well done, and the story is really unique, and it's extremely addicting. The music, the soundtrack is fantastic. You can get all 5 of those on your Amazon streaming music or whatever. I love the soundtrack. I listen to it all the time when I'm not even watching the show. This is, we're going to do 928 again, which is the second color we did. So it's about time travel. You know, it's a gal post-World War II, right after, who reunites with her husband, who was a soldier, who she was separated from for years. She was a nurse during the war. And he's a historian. Now that the war's over, he's going back to his regular job teaching historian. They go to Scotland. They're English, but they go to Scotland to research some history type stuff. And they explore around and come across like a pagan festival or ritual with some of the dancing fairy sprite gals at sundown, dancing around the stones with their Celtic music. Kind of like a Wiccan ritual. And she goes back the next day when her husband is working and checks out the area and feels a calling toward one of the stones, and she presses into the stone, and it's a portal. She travels back in time. She goes to the other side, and she's suddenly in the same exact location, but 1700s Scotland. And suddenly, like, she's like, what just happened? Like, it looks the same because it's nature and woods and it's in the middle of nowhere, right? But then she starts going back toward her car, and she's like, there's no road, the car's different, something's wrong. She's like, what happened? I'm confused. You know, and then all of a sudden these, I don't want to say colonial, right? Because we're in Scotland, British soldiers in the red coats appeared they're fighting with some Scots. And she walks into the middle of a battle scene, and she's like, is this a reenactment? Like, what's going on here? And she's like, in her nightgown. She's like, in her gown or something happened. And, of course, she comes across, gets the baddest guy in the whole series, Jack Randall, who is the ancestor of her husband. So it's the same actor doing it, but he's like a real bad dude who tries to accost her and probably would have assaulted her, but then some Scot, who the guy had been chasing, saves her from him. And of course the Scots, the clan, this is back when the Highlanders, you know, there's all the Highland clans and stuff. They kidnap her thinking she was like, why is this British woman wandering in her night shift? Like, in the woods, she must be a spy. We're going to hold on to her. And she's like, how am I going to explain this? And this can't be happening. And like, how do you explain to someone back then about time travel? So yeah, she gets taken their prisoner, but they treat her well, of course. And then she gets taken to their castle, and she's actually a nurse. So she's calling herself a healer for that time period, and starts fixing people that, you know, everything's going wrong. And they're like, she's got some powers, we should keep her, you know, like, so they decide they're going to keep her. And of course she has to adapt to their lifestyle. And then as the season goes on, this is season 1, she she's trying to figure a way to get away from them, even though they treat her well. They're making her go around with them on their adventures and stuff, and she's kind of like the only female in the group, and they're all barbarous like pigs, you know. Of course the one that she ends up falling in love with, but I'm putting the white back in. So some British soldiers notice she doesn't seem right with them and try to challenge the group to her safety, and something happens where she either has to go with the British, which would dump her into the arms of that bad guy, Jack Randall, or she has to become a Scottish citizen and marry one of the Scots. So the young guy, Jamie, who's the one of them the clan is not married, offers to marry her, and she's like, oh my god, like she's like, you know, she already has a husband, you know, like at another time. So anyway, she marries him. And thinking still she'll find a way to get back to her own time and whatever, and you can just assume that she falls in love with this guy, like he becomes the love of her life. And 1700s, and you know, we get into a lot of sex scenes in the first, I have to admit, in the first season between them, of course. And it's not just that though, it's the romance, the love story, the acting. God, their characterization of them is so so great. So good. I just love it. It's so good. But, so then I'm going to darken up a little bit more in this corner with the original color. So yeah, so time goes on, and you know, it's leading up to the Battle of Culloden, which is the real historical battle that wiped out all the Highlanders in Scotland. And she knows history because she's from the future, and so she knows they're all doomed to die. And you know, she's trying to figure out how to warn them, how to tell them as they start preparing, you know, falling into that battle. And of course, she ends up pregnant, and she ends up telling him the truth that she's from the future, and he believes her, yada yada. And when the battle at the end of the season, when the battle comes on, he sends her back through the stones to a present time so she'd be safe. And then she suddenly arrives in the future, and now it's 200 years back to the future, and in real time, her husband in the 1940s is wondering, never knew what happened to her. She just disappeared, you know, for a couple of years. So there's a couple of years season 1 goes over when she's in Scotland in the past, and she shows back up live and all this stuff, and how do I explain this? And now I gotta go back to my husband. I'm pregnant, some other man's child. And how do I explain that he was an 18th century Highlander? And then season 2 goes into, actually, no, I need to rethink this for a second. Season 2, they're in 1800s France. She and her husband, Jamie. Yeah. She doesn't go back. The season 1 and 2, I think it takes place for those couple of years before she goes back. When she goes back, when the Battle of Culloden, it's at the end of season 2. Now that I think about it, so then all of season 2 is so freaking cool. It's like Marie Antoinette time. You get all these 18th century costumes and France, and just the castles and the absurdities of the behavior and the brothels. It's just it's so cool. Yeah, and then season 2, then she goes back. In season 3, 20 years spans when she raises her daughter, goes with her first original husband, and Jamie ends up in prison and after the Battle of Culloden, and you know, they spend that whole season apart. 20 years goes by. Season 4 gets into her daughter's grown, and then she realizes he didn't die in Culloden, and he was still alive in his time, which still would have been 20 years later, and so she goes back to find him. So anyway, this is the blender. We're all done. I'm going to pick off any of that yellow. I haven't needed to sharpen this. You do want it more blunt and dull. You don't want it sharp because you don't want indents. So I'm going to just gently blend this white. So yeah, season 4. Oh God, so many seasons. At the end of season 3, they reunite. So it's 200 years earlier, but the progression of time is the same. So 20 years in the present day is 20 years ahead for where she was before. She finds out he lived because he became a printer, and they find newspaper clippings that he did, you know, and the date that were dated, and that it was him. And she's like, oh my God, he survived Culloden, he didn't die. And she thought he died, so that's one reason, you know, she knew he was going to die, that all the Highlanders died. So he sent her back to the stones and obviously it's 200 years in the future, so he'd be dead, but she finds out he didn't die in Culloden, so in his time he would still be alive, 20 years older. So she goes back to find him. She knows where he was because of the printing articles, and sure enough, they've both had, you know, he's got some secrets now and things are different, but yeah, they reunite and it's all amazing, intense and happy. They had a French son they had adopted who she's reunited with as well, Fergus. She tells them that she went to the colonies. That's where she disappeared to. They thought she died too. Like all the family of his that wondered, what happened to your wife? She just disappeared. Because he didn't tell anyone, oh, she's a time traveler. She went back to the stones. So, season 4 is all about, takes place in the Caribbean islands in the 1700s. I don't remember how she reunites with them in Scotland. Oh yeah, his nephew Ian. They go to look for some treasure on a boat. There's a boat sinking scenario. They end up in the water and floating up on an island. Turns out to be the Caribbean. They are separated. So it's, you know, tropical Jamaica or wherever that is. I don't know if they ever identify. I think it is Jamaica. I'm gonna go over to this side, and that's really interesting. A whole different type of like costumes and location and food, and historically a good portrayal of island life in that time period. And then of course everything that happens there in that season goes wrong. They end up on another boat, another shipwreck, and on the beach in the colonies. They end up in America, on the beach of Georgia, and which at the time was just the colony of Georgia. And season 5, 6, 7 all takes place. Now they make a new life in the colonies, not colonial Williamsburg. They might have filmed some of it there. North Carolina, where there's actually a Scottish settlement in the present day that was actually, turns out, Fraser's Ridge was founded by them. And it's all about the colonial life and leading up to the colonial war, which she knows is going to happen and knows what happens with that. And her husband gets involved. And, you know, then the daughter that was left back in the 1960s, their daughter, who's 20 when she went back to Scotland to find her true love. It turns out she has the time traveling ability. She comes to the past looking for her mom and to meet her real father, yada yada. So that's like the premise of the whole show, but it is so good. I'm sorry. The final season, season 8, is coming out in like, is it this month or next month? I think it might be. I'm so excited. Season 9 just finished. They already filmed. I'm sorry, season 7 finished. They already filmed season 8. I'm so excited. Can't wait. It's so good. If you have not watched Outlander, seriously, just watch it. The first 6 or 7 are on, I think, Netflix. And the first episode or 2 is a little bit of backstory. You know, you get to know the characters, 1940s, but it's so good. Trust me, I've seen the whole series. Well, the new season only twice, but the whole series in general like 8 or 9 times. It's like that good. It really is. I'm such a fan. In fact, I have both Outlander coloring books. I want to start coloring in them on my Patreon. I just finished it again like 2 months ago, and it's like I already want to rewatch it. It's so good. And the music, it's like all the music is just so perfect for this every single scene. It's like cinematic quality. And really the show, it's almost movie quality. That's why there's only like 8-10 episodes, because they put so much money into filming them to be like a movie, like, you know, like they did in Game of Thrones, but of course more, not so CGI. Okay, so we're done with that. We're going to do the top part of the hat. The top part of the hat I want to be a little lighter. I want it to be more, I'm not going to use the darkest pink. I'm going to use just the second 2. So let's use the rose, the light rose, the 928. I hope I have another one. I have 2 Prisma sets, but we're going to do the outside and bring it to light in the middle. Let's go around these little flowery things. I'm going to go over those with a Pitt pen or a marker or something. So if I get a little on there, it's fine. But I don't intentionally try to, but I don't stress myself out if I do either. Yeah, so Outlander, and I love it. And the colonial period is so brilliant, like how they live in North Carolina and the colonial leading up to it's, you know, very John Adams, if you've seen the John Adams series, which is also very good. With good Lord, what's his name? Paul Giamatti. Brilliant. He plays John Adams. So good. But yeah, Outlander is my favorite show of all time. It's just like I could watch it every year for the rest of my life, which I probably will. I'm gonna be so sad when it's over. And you just couldn't get better actors to play these characters. You really couldn't. They do such a good job. The acting is so good. I'm like, I don't think I've ever in my life raved about a show. Anyway. I mean, yeah, Sopranos is good, but it's completely different. It's not like an addicting show. You want to see it again and again. It's just like it's like an experience to see the Sopranos. It's like, and I've actually been to New Jersey, Trenton, and some other areas where the the filming locations were for The Sopranos. I'm going to try to get like up to here with this color. And I recognize a lot of them in the set too. Like unlike now, every single thing is filmed in a studio. Nothing's really filmed in like a real city hardly anymore. Maybe some action scenes or something, but the whole series, right, was filmed around New Jersey. And I've been there, so I know, oh, I've been there. I know that. And they don't do that anymore either. I don't know. I'm really like, I'm real humdiggity dumb about like all the new filming anymore. Nothing great comes out anymore. There's some okay ones. Like really, really good new show, which isn't that often that happens anymore, was The Day of the Jackal. I think that's on Peacock with Eddie Raymond, the skinny red hair British guy who was in The Girl with the Pearl Earring and Pillars of the Earth, another amazing historical period show. Day of the Jackal. That's some intense spy action stuff. That was really good. And I was like hanging on the edge of your seat kind of a show, and with a real surprise ending, I was taken aback. I was like, did that person really just die? Like, did that really just happen? Like, it was good. And they're coming out with the new season soon, so I'm excited about that. But there really aren't that many new shows that I hate sitcoms. I hate stupid stuff. I hate laugh reel stuff unless it's I Love Lucy. Okay, I guess I really like The Cosby Show. I mean, that was pretty damn funny, I gotta admit. Despite how that all turned out with you-know-who, but, which isn't the fault of all the other actors. But I hate laugh reels. I hate stupid television. I hate when you can tell everything's filmed in a set or in a fake room. I hate shows like Friends, Big Bang Theory, all those dumb, I feel like I'm dumber just walking through a room when I hear people watching those shows. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's like I need something that's worthy of an escape of my time. If I'm going to be giving up doing other things in life that I like, to watch a whole series or watch this, it's got to like move me somehow emotionally. It's got to bring me to another time. It's got to stimulate my intellect somehow. Like, it's just, oh my God. And just some of the doozies that come out these days. Well, I can tell you another series that I really like. Okay, so we're going to move back to the Deco Pink for the center parts here. Make a little bit of that kind of highlight. Might put a little white right down the middle, so I'm going to keep it real light right in the middle. What was I saying? Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not going to say this. This is definitely not, oh, I love it, it's my favorite, but it's really darn good, and I've seen it probably 5 times, is 1883. Paramount Plus, which is the precursor to the Yellowstone series, Kevin Costner series, which is also good. I saw Yellowstone before I saw all the pre-shows of it. 1883 is amazing. I've always loved Lonesome Dove, and that's an older, 90s kind of cow drive, Oregon Trail-ish kind of adventure on the prairie kind of a show. 1883 is much more authentic, real, and very emotional and gritty and brilliant, and there's narration by the girl, and there's love stories. It's really good. Really good. I've seen it multiple times. It's very hooking. 1883, it's about the Dutton family who migrates from Tennessee they wanted to go to Oregon, which is where I live. Oregon Trail, and what life was really like. It's based on some real accounts, some real journals. And although like 11 different ways people died on the Oregon Trail trying to make a new life, which was hardly ever Indians. Indians was like the least. It was always like crossing rivers, rattlesnakes, accidental gunshots, wagon accidents. So they literally show it all. So that's 1883. It shows how the Duttons ended up settling actually in Montana. They didn't make it to Oregon. So let's put some white in the center here. The next season after that was 1923. So it's, 23, 30 something years later, and it has Harrison Ford. It's the two young, the young boy the kid or whatever, 2 kids that survived from 1883 are now adults on the Dutton Ranch, but it's owned by, the parents died at some point between the two, but it's owned by like the uncle who raised them once they got to Montana, and it's They have this beautiful land. It's kind of about industrializing and expansionism, and Irish mob, I guess, trying to take over their ranch because they have the most beautiful, biggest property in Montana, and that they secured from when they went there in 1883, which all the way up to Yellowstone, which is the present day show. But so that's 1923. It was really good. Season 1, 1923. Season 2 just came out. I have not watched it yet. I'm excited. I kind of want, it's like I want to rewatch 1883 and 1923 part 1 before I watch it because I got to be in the mode. Putting some white over here too. So after 1923 season 2, they're filming right now 1947 or 1943, which is the next installment of the Dutton family, which will be the next generation. That leads into the current show, which is Yellowstone. There's like, so what, 7 seasons of Yellowstone, which is the modern day one with Kevin Costner and the big Montana ranch, and how it's same kind of concept. And the Indians that still live there on the reservations. It's the same concept. Bureaucracy trying to take the land and wanting to build airports and resorts there, and them fighting to keep the land that their ancestors claimed or built in 1883. And it's very well done. It's good. Yellowstone is a kick. The daughter in that, Beth, oh man, she's a character. She's just a nut job. She's hilarious. She's just a hater. She has a bad childhood. She's a hater. She's an amazing actress. And, you know, I like horses. I like ranch type stuff. I was always a fan of City Slickers with Billy Crystal. The movie, I used to watch that all the time. Love Lonesome Dove, like I said. So, you know, it's good. It's great cast of characters, good plot story development. It doesn't have the same historical flair as the earlier seasons, which is the 1883. So that, but it's worth watching. I would recommend that. Of course, if you haven't seen Outlander, start with that. But otherwise, I would watch 1883 and move your way forward. And it's another favorite. So like when my son moved out 3 months ago and I became kind of empty nest, my last son, which has been real depressing, I'm like, I got to distract myself. We used to watch new shows or repeat shows every night, a couple episodes every night together. That was like our routine for years and years. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to rewatch all our other shows we've ever watched. Like my favorites. I made a whole list and I'm working through them. So I've done Outlander again. I did Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman again, which of course I've always loved. Jane Seymour. It's another Western time period. Oh, speaking of, and then I went to Little House on the Prairie. Watched all of them. There's like 7 or 8 episodes I've always skipped because they're so boring, because it's really not even about the family. But I've rewatched most Little House on the Prairie. I just finished that right after watching Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman again, which has always been one of my favorite shows from the 90s. But I have to say that I never caught this, because I watched Dr. Quinn and then Little House on the Prairie right after. You know, Dr. Quinn was done 20-something years later. There are so many episodes of Little House on the Prairie, plot-wise, that were redone, that the writers from Dr. Quinn literally took from the playlist of Little House on the Prairie. Like the Jesse James episode when they come, like the tornado, the flood, like the circus one, like literally, because I know those shows so well, but I never caught it until I watched them back to back. And I'm like, the writers totally took a bunch of plot ideas for episodes from Little House on the Prairie for Dr. Quinn. So that was really interesting to notice that. Some of them almost like the Doomsday, the End of the World, like it was just the Indian stuff. It was, yeah. So anyway, I got through those 2. Again, I usually watch like 3 episodes per night. Whatever show I'm watching, usually while I'm doing coloring. And then I'm on The Sopranos now. And we're going to blend here in a second. It looks a little too harsh to where it goes from the pink to the white. Just kind of soften it up with the pink. You can touch a little bit over the white. We've got that highlight in the middle. You see that line right there? So we're just kind of working that in. But I'm really pulled. You know, I've always preferred to rewatch favorites, because I read a study and I always wondered why I do that, and the study kind of explained it. It said a majority of people often prefer rewatching favorites than new shows because the familiarity, the nostalgia that's created from good feelings, the dopamine rush, or the sense of comfort it provides to look forward to watching a show again that you know you've really liked, that brought you positive feelings, gives you like a dopamine hit. The familiarity of a show you know you like or love, especially if times are rough, actually calms your nervous system. And so you're lured and pulled to watch the same shows again and again from the past that you know made you feel good. So like Gilmore Girls, one of my top favorite shows of all time. That's next on my list. I'm going to watch that again. I usually watch it every fall. I might be able to save it to fall. We're close enough. I'll probably save it to fall. I'll work. But yeah, like so next on my list, Desperate Housewives has always been one of my favorite, like, fun drama shows. And it's just, my son and I watched it so many times. It's such a good show. Do you guys remember Desperate Housewives? Have you seen it? It's not like those stupid Real Housewives of Los Angeles stupid crap you see out there now, which I imagine. I don't watch it, so I don't know. But it's actually mild comedic, satire, great writing, good characterization, good acting. Just at the time of Desperate Housewives, Wisteria Lane, it was kind of creative. It's a good show. It's very, I've always loved it, so I'm going to be watching that again. It's all about these different women that live on the street, and there's some bad things that kind of happen, but they don't play it in the most serious way. It's really good. Good show. Okay, so let's get the blender. Still don't need to sharpen after everything I've done. I'm going to blend it gently in the middle. I'm going to go down this white area. My light is flickering again. I think I have a short in my extension cord. I thought it was the bulb, but it's not. I'm going to blend out the pink line where the transition is. See if I can kind of soften that gradient a little bit. And yes, my hand's going to cramp. I think it's espresso time. Time for me to pause and make some espresso. I've become my own little barista. I got the Smeg, which is a really fancy German milk frother heater, and it's got like 7 different settings of, it's just like a steel cup you put into like almost like a little blender base, and it's got different blades in it, and you can be like, I want thick foam, I want medium foam, I want just warmed up, I want hot cocoa, I want you to melt in chocolate, and I make my own milk. I get this thick foam, not like the little one you do with the hand whisk. It's so cool. And you can do cold foam. It's the coolest thing ever. So I make my own. I got a cappuccino maker. I make the shots, and then I got the syrups, and I make my own fancy coffee drinks because I was spending way too much money on buying coffee, which is so silly. But I mean, I still do that if I happen to be out sometimes, which isn't that often. But right now I've been on my almond white chocolate mochas, lattes. I'm sorry, steamed the thick foam with almond syrup with white chocolate sauce and vanilla soy milk. It's so good. But yeah, I can't do it every day. I got at least I need to lose like 30 or 40 pounds since so true, since these surgeries. Oh, I'm gonna talk about my surgery updates and stuff next here, as soon as my next chat, hopefully. Is anyone actually doing this color along? I often wonder, am I like talking to myself? And historically, this conversation will never be heard by anybody between now and when I die. If anyone's actually listening to this, make me a comment, like tell me, because I'm just really curious if anyone ever listens to anything I say in these coloring chats. I don't know. I'm curious. I think to do a color along and listen to a chat, you have to like not despise the personality. Probably rings through in the coloring, and I don't know how my personality comes across, but I'm not any delicate wallflower, so I would probably communicate a lot more bluntly if it wasn't like a public channel. I don't want to scare away some of you that don't want to hear me ever say anything has a bad word in it, but I can be explicit when the situation calls for it. I can't repeat any of the Sopranos lines, that's for sure. Someone out here might have a heart attack. Oh, damn, this light is flickering. Okay, well, when we're done with this, I can do it a little harder right here. I'm going to try to go around all the little dots and stuff. So you can really see good that white highlight in the middle. Get some elbow grease in there. All right, so it just, and then, you know, you can't usually get much color back on top. You can try to put in a little more white, but it's got like a coating now. You can get a little in there, but not much. As you can see, it's not really going to take much. Let's blend a little more up here I missed. Our guy on the other side is going to be purples because it's Easter. All right, let me go make my coffee. We're gonna come back and do, I wanna keep all of this in pinks. Probably gonna use, see how this, we'll put some of this pink down into here. A couple more of these pinks. Gotta think about this palette for a minute. I think a baby blue would look good here too, in the ears and the decisions. Okay, well, we'll see when I come back. Okay, so I went ahead, my phone had to charge, it was almost dead, and I did some stuff to fill the gap in the meantime with alcohol marker. I'll show you what I did. I just wanted to start getting in some colors. I literally have like a bin of random markers out of like I need to put back in their sets. All alcohol markers, Copic, Ohuhu, and Shin Hand Touch. So I just took a bunch of like Easter colors. And you can pull from any of your alcohol marker sets as well, or even your brush pen sets. Be careful with the brush pens if they're water-based, because if you go over it more than once, it'll tear up some of the paper. So just grab some Eastery colors and try to put in, I just put in like a solid baby blue. I put in this one, this is my Chart Spectra ad marker, this baby blue sky color. I put in this egg and on the base here, and then on the palette. So it looks like the colors in the palette are in these eggs. So I did this yellow egg with just like a bright yellow Copic, which I put on here. And then these few colors of just random marker I put into this egg were also on the palette. And then this was it bled over. Unfortunately, I'll have to fix this with a pencil, but two aren't. The green, which was the Tombow alcohol marker, I put there and on here. Solid color, no pencil on it. Sometimes what I'll go do at the end, I'll look for a matching Prismacolor pencil, like the Spanish yellow. I'll go over this yellow to make it a little more rich and kind of fluffy to match the other pencil look. Because plain alcohol marker can look a little flat. It's more of a basing color, especially if, you know, there's no blending or multiple colors used here, so it can be kind of flat. And I'll go over maybe some orange pencil here. So just take whatever like random alcohol marker colors you have and put in some Easter colors like I did. You can even just pick ones that match or find pencils that match. I just wanted to get the ball rolling on that. I did the background here in, I wanted it really pale because the pale pastel Easter. I just took two Copic markers. I have BG0000 Snow Green and G000 Pale Green. This is really like a baby sky blue, but you can barely tell it's like a palish mint, and then I blended up with the baby blue. Real simple. Obviously I have a divider page because it's going to go through here, but you can take just a solid pale sky baby blue or mint green and do your quick little marker background. If you want, you can do it with pencil as well, like the sky blue light will work, or the gray green light will work with pencil. Since this is a color along, I just wanted to get out there and offer for free. I just wanted to just get some of the color going and give you something to follow, because the pencil blending takes a while. But we're going to continue now blending pencil Prismacolor in the gnomes. Also, I tend to use these a lot. These are my Papermate flares. You can get them like at Walmart or whatever. They're scented, which they don't have to be, of course. And or you can also use your Pit Artist pens, which I use a lot. I don't have any on me right now, but they're real fine point. And I was doing that to fill in a purple the little flowers on the hat. So since we did, a light background, you want to do a darker flower, and then this guy's gonna have purple, so I thought it'd be a nice accent. So I'll keep doing that off camera, but you can use a purple pencil if you like, or even one of the pencils we're gonna do in the other guy. Sometimes a marker color. Sharpies are good. I use Sharpies a lot. On top of a pencil will give it a nice pop. These are only good for tiny spaces because they streak a little. So I'll finish that off camera. So let's go ahead and continue working with our pencils. So what are we doing? I have here, we can go ahead and finish her dress here. So I'm gonna go ahead and use the pink PC929, and I'm gonna kind of stripe some of it in lightly, just kind of almost where the creases are. So it's not overpowering this darker pink. It's not too overpowering. And it goes all the way down here. You got to look carefully because it's sometimes hard to find the folds of the dress, or what's background, what's dress. That's a leaf. I'm just going to put a little in and just pretend like it goes right there. Okay. And then let's go ahead and do, I think I want, let's put on a little of the hot pink, the PC993. And I'm going to just shadow some of that in lightly, a little bit into the white space next to the crease, and just kind of extend out that other pink. Bring it down. I'm currently working on, I don't know if I mentioned, the Yellow Brick Road Dorothy and Deborah Muller Storybook Princesses for my Fairy Tale Coloring Club in Prismacolor pencil. A lot more blending, color matching, and color cards are being used. You might have seen a short or something for it, but if you like if you have the Prismacolor 150 set and you like Deborah Muller, you might want to join that club. It's month to month, $4.99. Gives you members only exclusive access to color alongs and tutorials in fairy tale, fantasy, and magic books. I have about 8 and 9. This will be the 9th one going up there now. I have Eerie and Kirby Rosanis and Kevin Teo and quite a few others on there. All right, so you see some little bit of whites in there. Let's put in our Sweet Baby Pink, the Deco Pink 1014. I'm going to just fill in the remainder white area and blend softly. Yeah, the Fairy Tale Fantasy Book Club. So the thing with that is my channel has always been a focus on teaching little techniques, reviewing products, testing products, showing you new coloring books, showing you how to do basic things like a night sky or color this or color little things. I haven't had a sole focus on tutorials and color alongs because they take a long time. One, if I'm doing a very detailed intermediate level where I'm teaching blending techniques, teaching new mediums, color along from start to finish, generally, especially if pencil, it can take 4 to 6 hours. And, it's usually a part 1, 2, 3 video. And I have to plan my color palettes. I have to write it all out, like my palette, so you can see it. I have to make all the color cards, matching the pencils to show each card as I'm doing it. And I'm telling you how to blend, how to create these effects as I'm doing it. You can also do it to music. I have a few that are just to music that aren't talking. You know, then I have to edit them, then I have to put all the different video parts together, because it takes me about a week to film each one. And then I have to list out you have to upload it to YouTube. I have to list out all the colors used in the drop down menu, make a whole list. It's a lot of work. And you know, my channel has mostly been always hobby based, and I enjoy teaching, and so I've never made money really on my channel. But you know, I only work part-time otherwise, and it's like, it takes me, I probably spend 12 to 20 hours a week, depending on the week, on my channel. And so I'm always getting to the point where I might have to work full-time, and so I wanted to try turning my YouTube channel, teaching adult coloring skills, more into a business, and upgrading to, if I'm going to keep putting a lot of time, to justify putting all that time into more tutorials and color alongs in popular books, I need to put it into a membership that I charge for, which helps me offset some of all that amount of time I put into it. So here's a white pencil, and I'm going to put in some white here and there. I do make a little bit of side spending money on Amazon in the form of a gift card for my affiliate marketing of products. So whenever I buy anything for myself, coloring books, pencils, pens, whatever, I try them out on camera, I show them to you, and I tell you point blank, if you've listened to my tutorial, my product reviews, I'll tell you point blank which ones are crummy. It doesn't work on this paper. I don't pretend anything, because I, you know, I tell you what I like and what works, and the pros and cons. And I always link the products that I buy myself that I'm using for people if they want to buy it in my drop-down videos with an affiliate marketing link. But I mean, we're talking, it takes 3 months of doing this, and I make like $12. I think that's like the most I made. It's like nothing. It's like enough for one coloring book every 3 months. So it's not really a money-making venture for anyone who thinks that, just so you know. It's like kind of an illusion. But it does give me an excuse to buy more products. I think that's how I rationalize buying so many coloring products for myself, so I can review them for you guys. Terrible. All right, I'm going to put back in some of the pink PC929. Darken this up a little on the seams. So in essence, the Fairy Tale Fantasy Book Club, those are all my favorite books, my favorite kind of coloring, and I want to start making real progress in my own books, forcing me to do more of them with my best skills and mediums. And I thought, what better way? Turn it into a color along exclusive members only tutorial club that's not only forcing me to color in these books that I want to complete myself, which are my favorite kind of coloring, like a happy place everyone can go to learn how to, you know, make progress in the Dragon Spell book and the Eerie Magic books and the enchantment books and the Magical Worlds Joanna Basford books and the Kirby Rosanna Stark fairy tale books. Like, you know, it's pushing me to use more of my other mediums. And I am a teacher. I taught college English, and I homeschooled my kids for all through middle school and high school. So, you know, I'm a teacher. I love teaching new skills. But to keep rationalizing, spending almost 20 hours a week on my channel and hobby, and plus the stuff I color off camera to show you what I colored this month, like I'm pushing, almost having to get a part-time, go from part-time to full-time work outside the house. And I thought, okay, well, first I'm going to try to monetize my business, because I put so much effort into it that it doesn't have to be just a hobby. I can make it into a little bit of a business. So that's what I'm doing. And if you want to participate, great. And if not, you can, at any time, you can cancel. But I always recommend it because it also helps you to be accountable, to test your skills, complete complicated pictures, upgrade your talent, not just color for fun, color to actually create a result. And I wasted 3 to 4 years of coloring just for fun, and my skills never grew. They stayed the same, and all my work during those years looked the same, which wasn't great. It was just chunky block coloring with markers or Sharpies. And so it's really satisfying to improve your art skills and see completed pages over the years or completed books. All right, so you can see all I did is I took each pencil and I went through that process again, applied the same colors in order again. So now we're gonna blend it. I do want to give a little sharpen to my Prismacolor blender. I haven't decided what color I want to do her cute little shoes yet. So I'm going to probably go back to that after I get this guy done and then figure out the bunny ear colors. Probably a pastel of some kind. Oops, there's a little dark still on there. Even when you sharpen it, it doesn't get it off. So pick it off and then let's just blend a little in the middle here. But another thing is, I have my Facebook group. There's 480 people in there now, which is a real fun place where I can share my colored pictures. I can have you guys share your colored pictures in any book, right? I can give you tips and pre-sales on products I learn about through newsletters I subscribe to. But I like to see people actually coloring stuff that I'm teaching, because at least I know that I'm providing some kind of valuable service, helping people try new things and grow their skills. And so the Facebook group is, you don't have to be in the fairy tale coloring membership to be in the Facebook group, but you can share whatever you want there. But I love to see people share stuff that I've actually taught how to color. So that's why I have the Coloring Oasis Adult Coloring Community Facebook group. And I am working on launching my Patreon still. I've been working on it for 6 months. I'm kind of a perfectionist. I want to have a nice variety of exclusive tutorials for people to choose from, and so in there's a variety of very basic, easy beginning coloring, not fairy tale, fantasy, magic themed, all the way to intermediate, and using things like Holbeins and Albrecht Dürers and Copics, and I have some horror in there. I've got Mythagoria and Mythographic. I have some Joshua Dunbar. I have Cute and Creepy Camilla de Erico in there. I have Coco Wyo's Witches, horror movies by Maurizio Campanelli, which is amazing, and the new Lost in Time by R.J. Hampson, the Christmas one by R.J. Hampson. So those are the ones I've done so far. I also have Maria Trolle's Shooting Star book in there. So I think I need 2 more videos to get to my goal to launch it, which I'm hoping to do soon. I wanted to get the Fairy Tale Club done first because it's easier to get to on YouTube when you're already in YouTube, and it was enough to get started. So you can basically join both my memberships for, was that $9.99 a month. Each one will be $5. And in the Patreon, I'll be giving technique videos too. How to color a tree with a pencil, how to color an apple, yada yada, like very specific instructional step-by-step stuff. All right, I think this is good. All right. So we got enough of a blend done, I think. You don't have to blend, but I like to. Okay. I want to, let's go and work on his hat. I have 3 purples for him. We'll use all 3 in the band like we did on her. We're going to use Parma Violet 1008, Lilac 956, and Grey Lavender 1026. I think Lilac replaced the old lavender color. They changed the name of one of them a year ago. Anyway, if you have the old set. So it's a medium purple. Let's start with the Parma Violet, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to work on the outside toward the inside. I think his beard's going to be white and gray. He's maybe, I don't know if I want to do brown because it's too dark for our color palette. I'm trying to keep any browns out of here, any like earth tones. These are more all pastels. It is harder to create the look though of a gray and white beard. I'm gonna go this way. And you can see, like, you can go over the marker. I think the other color I have is a little similar if you want to darken it up. So it goes over marker really well. And it saves you any effort. You don't have to blend because you have the base underneath. All right. I have been catching wind that some of you only have the 72 Prisma set, which I did for years as well. I have to encourage you, if you're able or when you're able, to get the 150 set. You can get it on Amazon on 5 payments on Affirm. I don't even think it's credit based. It's pay over time. Was it like $112 for the set? Most of the tutorials, well, all my tutorials that have Prismacolor are from randomly colors pulled from the 150 set. And it's the most versatile pencil probably you'll see used when I teach skills as well. All right. If you're in the UK, where I heard they're more expensive, you can get them on Amazon Japan. Oh, I'm sorry, eBay Japan or Amazon Japan. But eBay has them on eBay Japan, or you can order them from the US on eBay for cheaper than I've heard you can get them actually from Amazon UK. This is Lilac 956. We're going to blend over the edge and into the middle. If you only have the 72 set and you're following along a Prismacolor tutorial, use whatever colors in the palette you do have. Any that you don't have, I recommend Sioux Color. You can get the Sioux Color 180 set for $40. And they're my closest swap to Prismacolors, the feel and the blend. They have tons of pinks and purples and greens, way more than Prismacolors. So when I'm doing a tutorial, you can, you know, if it's a Prismacolor you don't have, go to your Sioux Color set and find one that looks similar just by the palette I provide, and you can blend it into the Prisma or whatever, and it should create a similar result. So that's what I'd recommend. I do full two-color tutorials as well. I do really like them. They're a great, creamy, soft core, affordable pencil. Always been one of my favorites. We're doing the Grade Lavender now, right in the middle. I'm not really doing any white here. We're just doing the Grade Lavender. It's pretty light already. Which I thought would be a nice touch if we put gray in his beard to have the Grade Lavender. Let's go back to the Parma Violet. Let's put in a little more. In the Fairy Tale and Magic Club, the Lulu Mayo, A Million Magical Creatures, the pink and purple witch flying over the castle, that's 100% Sioux Color tutorial. So from the 180 set. I have some on my channel, how to color wood and a birdhouse in Sioux Color pencil. I have a couple, I think, other tutorials on my channel on how to color a tutorial in Sioux Color pencil. Okay, let's get this side. Just getting a little more shading in there. Blend in the lilac. More of a medium pressure now. We're darkening things up a little. Same over here. Now let's do the Grade Lavender again. Overlap some of that, and we will go ahead and blend that in. I haven't decided what color I want to do this frame. I'm thinking a purple or a blue, a darker blue, like but turquoise, like a few shades darker than that. So I have to see the whole picture before I can decide. I do have the green grass colors picked. We'll do as well next. So I'm going to blend here in the middle. work my way into here. Nice and soft. And blend the dark. I believe I have a video on my channel how to do the whole how to use the colorless blenders and create some good effects. I must have done that a year or two ago. I'm pretty sure it's on there somewhere. Let's see if I can find it. So yeah, I was teaching college. I have 2 master's degrees. One is in adult education, one is in English. I was teaching college for years, up until the pandemic, or a year into the pandemic actually, so 4 years now. Teaching humanities, literature, college writing, even career skills like resume writing, and communication, speech. I hated all of that. And after a year into COVID, it was a nonprofit college, Pioneer Pacific, they closed down. They couldn't maintain the location in the city I live because so many people went to online schooling and they weren't equipped for that. And I had such a bad experience the last year because the manager that was there left, our manager who was also a teacher. So they put some other teacher who was a criminology teacher, they gave her the management job to be the manager of all the teachers, which she had never been a manager and had no experience. She was a real hardcore, something I can't really say on this channel, but it rhymes with ditch. And it all went downhill. It became terrible. No one liked her. She was a fire starter. She had to become BFFs with all the students. The issue with a small career college like that, which takes place in like a big building, almost like a medical offices building. The classrooms are in little offices, or whatever. And the issue with that is class sizes were only anywhere from 7 students to like 14. And the manager of all the teachers was also a teacher that had a lot of the same students that we did, right? She still taught the criminology classes, but she was also our manager. Well, I didn't teach, ironically, I have a bachelor's degree in criminology, but I didn't teach criminology because I don't have a master's in criminology. You have to have a master's to teach. So I had a master's in English. So I was teaching English, but she, had her classes, and those students were also taking all the English classes. And it's like she would like ask the students for a poll, what each teacher's doing in the other classrooms. What are they making you do? What kind of work? What this? What that? What this? And then the students would see it as an excuse to complain. Oh my gosh, she's making us do this. She's making us do that. She didn't give us extra time to turn in our midterm. Blah 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 blah. Boo hoo hoo. Freaking who. And then like twice a week I was getting called, and this happened to a couple other teachers, into the office of our manager to be questioned about what we're doing in the other classes or the student complaints. And the students, and she enabled this behavior. She was like micromanaging how we teach, even within like curriculum. And we had to explain ourselves on the defense all the time. It was so unprofessional. Oh my God, I hated it. Okay, so up on this hat, we've got bigger chunks and some skinny like chevrons. I'm gonna lean toward these. I wonder if 3 colors is enough. I'm gonna lean toward the skinnier ones here to do this darker color. Maybe the dark in the middle color. So let's work on that. Anyway, teaching. What happened teaching? So, like, I would have my students in all my classes every day. The first 5 minutes, they had to bring journals to class every day. The first 5 minutes, I put something on the board they can work on. They needed to put an answer to it, like a deeper philosophical thinking that would tie in concepts I've been teaching to practical situations. And, pose a question, and they'd have to write an answer and reflect on it in their journals. And at the end of the term, they had to turn in the journals and show they did all of that, and that was worth a certain amount of points. But they would constantly come to the manager, oh my gosh, she makes us write in this journal every day. She makes us do this. And if we're late to class, she's already taken the question off the board, and now we don't know, so we can't complete the assignment. And then we're going to be short at the end of the term when we turn our notebook. Boo-hoo, wah-ha. Well, show up on time, You're an adult. This is not high school. I mean, they're so entitled. It wasn't even anything like when I was in college or like a public university. These were like adults in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, 50s even, who were going back to school, and they were so childish. They were like the ones that couldn't get into regular school, I guess. I don't know. I'm so serious. I hate that place. I'm just going to stop right about here. Oh yeah, no, we're good. I'm on Parma Violet, by the way. Sorry. I was rambling. Parma Violet. I'm just going to do my 2 coats at once here. Put a little more in. Okay, so for example, midterm papers, English classes, they had, a 10, 12 page paper, whatever, I don't remember, but based on whatever topic. I usually it has to be a thesis paper. Composition writing has to be based on some kind of a political topic, or a topic where they have to state an opinion and then back it up, or maybe a fact and back it up, or research paper, whatever. That would be the midterm paper. I'd give it to them a month in advance. I talk about it regularly throughout, when it's due, and they had ample opportunities to ask for help. I gave them a time in class. And there's 2 students that still didn't get it turned in on the due date. One of them was like the day of, oh, my computer broke, I couldn't print it. Okay, I'll be here for 7 more hours today. Bring it back later. Oh, well, I can't do that. I'll be at work. Okay, I'll give you till tomorrow. Bring it tomorrow, no penalty. Didn't bring it the next day. He didn't come the next day. Day after that, he approached me again. And I have a very clear policy. You don't turn your midterm, you get a 0. That's it. End of story. This is a career college, right? You have to teach accountability to these adults looking to go into careers and stuff, right? Because we mostly did like LPN, criminology, nursing, x-ray technician, paralegal, that kind of stuff. But they had to take general, like, associate level college classes. Anyway, so then the dude comes to me. He's like, oh, I got most of it done. Most of it, I was done, but 2 of the pages, I guess, didn't save when I last was doing it. Can I get more time? And I told him, even then, I swear I gave him 1 more day. I don't know, but still didn't hear from him the next day. And so I failed it. I failed him. He had like 4 extra days. And so next thing I know, I'm getting called into that frickin' manager's office. Oh, so-and-so has filed a claim or report against you for unjustly, like, failing him or failing his midterm, which is worth 50% of the grade. He said he told you, like, he was having power outages at home and trouble printing. And I'm like, yeah. And I give him an extra day, another day. I even give him suggestions. He could take the file and go to the library and print it, or bring it here to the computer lab and print it. And then I gave him another day, and then he changed his excuse. And then she made me give him another chance and give him 3 more days and unfail him, take the 0 off, and give him more time to do it, and undermined me, which then the whole class knew about, which just teaches them no accountability. I was so pissed. This is Great Lavender again, 1026. No, wrong. Sorry, we're doing Lilac, 956. Yeah, so that smug little jerk off, excuse my language, got to take 4 more days and turn in the crummiest paper in the state of the universe. And, you know, I gave him a C-. I wasn't going to give him a good grade. I was just like done with him. I didn't want to fail him and then have another complaint. So, then there was another student that also didn't turn in hers. And hers was, her excuse was that her mom had cancer and was in the hospital and she was behind. And, you know, of course I gave her several extra days. I didn't fail her, but she ended up getting like a D on the paper. It was really bad. And she didn't even follow any of the requirements for the paper. And then she went and complained. And then I got called in by the manager who said that I have to make sure they have to have C or better to pass, and that I have to give her another chance to redo it. And I'm like, but I give out a syllabus with my policies at the beginning of the class with the expectations. I gave them a month to work on. I gave them class time. I had office hour time. I did this. I did that. She had plenty of opportunity, and they just undermine. Yeah, she would just undermine you. And so everyone now all the little students that also had her as a teacher caught on. Now all they had to do was bitch and whine about any teacher. And this is happening to other teachers too. Then they will, like little children. Oh, mommy's not giving me what I want. I'm gonna go run to daddy. Yeah. Oh, so unprofessional. I am like, this is embarrassing. It was embarrassing. And there were other things. Oh my God, I could tell you this other nightmare story. I'm such a storyteller. Okay. So we're going to do the dark again, the Parma Violet. I want to do, let's get this little bit up here. This is how I can tell you how I ended up eventually quitting. Because of this manager, to be honest. There was a class I was teaching. It was called Environmental Writing and Communications. And my goal for the class was to have students watch a ton of documentaries and write papers on it. Opinion papers, analysis papers, tie your thoughts on these papers into bigger topics in the world, and learn how to express it in good writing. So all I did is assign documentaries, and there were good ones too, like Diet for a New America, and there was Blackfish. Yeah, Blackfish was the one about the whales. It's a really great documentary. I love it. Sad, but it's good. About the crisis of all the orcas and the environment. One was about MSGs and crop farming, but there are ones that I had watched because that were really well done and good. And I made sure that they were available in different places. And I told the students, you can, most of these are on Netflix, so you can, and I just assumed everyone had Netflix. And I said, some of them are on YouTube for free. You can watch or you can rent or whatever. And surprisingly, 4 students didn't have Netflix. Okay, fine. So I said, maybe you can watch with one of your friends in the class, or go to a friend's house and watch it, whatever. See what else we can do to get you to watch it. Come over here, watch it on the computer lab, whatever. And all they had to do was watch documentaries and write 4 pages about it. And literally that was my whole class, and talk about it in class. It was the easiest class in the universe, right? That would have been my dream class when I was in college. Good Lord. I mean, I did hardcore literature, Russian literature, British literature. I had to read 7 novels in 12 weeks that were this big, War and Peace. I mean, my God. I don't even know what education has come to today. I went over a little, see if that, I think my eraser's dead. So let's go ahead and blend these couple. So anyway, I was in class. I took my students to the computer lab, and there was 15 computers in there, and I was teaching my class that day. You have to reserve it if the teacher wants to use a computer lab for the day, so no one else can come in. It's closed to the rest of the students. It's being used as a classroom. So there's a sign on the door, in use from this time to this time. I was in the computer lab, but letting them work on their papers for one of the documentaries we watched, for those who can't say that they don't have a computer, which is a joke. I was the most generous teacher in the universe. I'm so serious. It just makes me laugh when I look back on it, how lame this place was. Anyway. So I'm in there 10 minutes into the class. No, was probably 40 minutes left of the class. It was a 2-hour class. 40 minutes left. Just past halfway. And my manager comes in. She's like, I need to talk to your students. I'm like, okay. And I was actually in the middle of teaching students how to do this new function on the computer in an editing software that would help them with their paper. So it was kind of like a lesson I was doing on the overhead whiteboard or whatever, or white screen, projector screen. Bleh. So I'm like, okay. She's like, you need to wait in the hallway. So I'm like, what? Okay. So they're all, you know. So I stand out in the hallway, and this is how unprofessional this lady was. And I had never been a manager, and I never would have done this. I would have understood like how to do this properly. I'm standing out there, and she starts yelling at them. Like, I can hear it through the wall. She's yelling at them, if you have an issue, come to me. Something gossip, and you complaining this and you complaining that. Like, oh, you have a problem with this? And why are you telling this person? Why are you doing that? And come to me. And then I heard this. Is she making you do this? Did she make you get a Netflix account? Did she? And it was like, then all of a sudden I was like, what the heck? It's all about me? Are you serious? Like, she was like, I don't know. I guess they had been gossiping about teachers because the students were like entitled little brats, which the manager was also one of those types. So she fueled the fire. Anyway. And then she's questioning them about me and about the class while I'm standing out in the hallway yelling at them like they're children, like abusing them. And I'm like, these are adults. This isn't like a 5th grade classroom, or I don't even know in high school if they do that anymore. And 15 minutes, long talks. And then she opens her, okay, I'm done. You can go in. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? You know, like I go in there and all the students are like looking down, like on their computers, like their faces are in there. And it was dead quiet. And I'm like, you guys can go. They're so uncomfortable. And so, they like packed up their stuff and like ran, except one girl who stayed, was slowly taking her time. The only one left in the classroom. And I knew her, and she was a great lady. She was mature and professional, very nice. She had a lot of friends there, but she actually, you know, I've had a lot of one-on-one time helping her. We got along well. And I'm like, what was that all about? And she told me like, oh, people are complaining that you're making us watch Netflix. A lot of them don't have Netflix accounts. And technically you can't like force people to get memberships to things that the class is based on. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That's why I said watch with a friend or do this or come here and watch it. And then she was telling me some of what's going on. I'm like, okay, well, like that was unprofessional. I said she shouldn't have been doing that. I apologize. And so then, that was my last class of the day. So I went home. 30 minutes later, I get an email. It popped up on my phone from my manager asking me to come back to the school. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. And this was like, 20 minutes away, and it was outside of my teaching time. I was done for the day. And she's like, I'm like, I just got home. I have things to do. Can we do this tomorrow? She said, no, it has to be today. So I'm like, okay. So I go back, and I had been sick, by the way, for about 2 weeks. And I thought it was just like a cold or something I hadn't shaken or whatever. I was going to I had a doctor appointment later that day. It's one of the reasons I left. So I didn't even make it to the doctor. And so I go to this appointment, and she has me come to the president's office, the administrator of the school, whose office was at the end of the hall, an older lady. And in there is the president lady, my manager, fire starter, and then this other guy who's like the director of operations, who was also a real big narcissistic jerk. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be fun. Yay. So I go in there totally taken off guard. They made me come all the way back for this too. Oh, by the way, I'm going to take this lilac. I'm going to darken up a little around this one too. Make it look a little more rich, like pink. It's a little darker than what I have, but I think it's fine. So I get in there, and this is how pathetic the drama in this school was. The girl who stayed behind in my class that I had spoken to, that I liked, who I calmly and nicely talked to her about what was going on, and I thought she and I kind of like got along well. I think she went and told other students what she and I talked about or something, and it all got twisted around in this chain of events. And so I went into the manager's office. The manager's like, you went back into that class when I left and you yelled at them all and told them that there's going to be consequences and punishments for what they did. I'm like, excuse me? What? No, that's not what happened. Oh my God. I'm just like, kill me. Get the gun. Get the gun. Pausing my story. So what I want to do, I really could use more. I want to take the grade lavender only and do some of these middle-sized chevrons. So we're going to move on to that. Solid color. Okay. Anyway, so I said, excuse me? I'm like, what do you... And so I guess that's the impression they got, which means I was in trouble. So she went and whined, boo-hoo, wah, wah, to the administrator. And then they called me in. And I said, excuse me, no, that's not what happened. I walked back into the room. They were all uncomfortable and nervous because of you. And I said, you guys can go ahead and go finish this at home. They all left. And then I talked to one girl only. I didn't yell at anybody, much less a whole class. I've never done anything like that. I would never do that. That's not even my style. I don't like, I don't know what that girl told anyone when she left. But one of the students went to the manager and said, oh, apparently, like, I think that the manager thought that's what I did based on how it was translated by the girl who told her, which was probably the girl that left the class told one girl who told another girl, who told another guy, another girl. And suddenly I'm like the Wicked Witch of the universe. And I'm like, all I said is to the girl is that so when I had asked why the manager was yelling at you guys, she said something like, oh, because of all the gossip and triangulation. And I said, yeah, there can be consequences to triangulation. And, you know, can make your schooling and success harder. And as I said something like that, and it got translated into, I went in there and yelled at them and threatened them that I'm going to give them punishments for daring to talk to the manager. I'm like, what the hell? No. So it was just like, it was so, you know, I was done then and there. I was done. And I said, you know what I said? I was so proud of myself because I knew I was going to quit in that moment. I was like, F this place. I'm done. I said, and you know, I loved it because I think the administrator, the president of the college, was regretting having given this girl the management job with no experience. Like I would have been a better candidate. I said, you know, what you did in front of her two bosses, I said, was completely inappropriate. You threw me out of my own class in the middle of it. You yelled at these adult students like they were children. I could hear it through the walls, as well as anyone who walked by. You questioned them about me to my knowledge, knowing that I would then have to walk back in and face them and that they would be uncomfortable and I would be uncomfortable with no decorum, tact, or grace, or professionalism, might I add. And all because of some gossipy rumors, like this is high school. And I said, what I would have done, and the president's just watching me like, like, she almost like smirked when I said this after, like, I said, what I would have done, if I was the manager and wanted to talk to one of my teacher's students, I would have let the teacher know before class that I would like to come in and have a few minutes to talk to her students at the end of class in the last 5 or 10 minutes, where you can leave as a teacher when I come in, and then when I'm done with students, they can go home. So I wouldn't have had to walk back in there and see them. They wouldn't have been made to feel uncomfortable knowing that they were getting yelled at for gossiping about me or whatever they said. It wouldn't have interfered with the lesson itself and their paid learning time. And I saw the managers, like, the two administrators glance at each other, like, and then the president was smiling at me, like, she's like, why didn't I get this lady the management job? And my manager, she looked so pissed, and like, because I called her out, and I said, you know what? I quit. I said, I didn't, I worked for 2 years on a second master's degree in English so I can teach college English writing and reading because that's what I love to do. And this was my first teaching job in a classroom at a college. I said, since the management changed, I didn't point to this girl next to me saying since she took over, it has been a miserable experience. There's so much drama. I didn't sign up to teach high school or, be a star player in a soap opera, comedy show, whatever, something like that, I said. And I said, the amount of gossip, the fact that the managers are also teachers with the same students, and then the students are programmed to tattletale, and then you undermine the teachers, undoing whatever the teachers' parameters are for their own classes, is unacceptable. And you're just going to graduate a generation of professionals in whatever degree they're getting who have no accountability. I mean, that's not even there was another horror story that happened a week before this that kind of led to my my quitting, which was just as bad. It was disgusting. I was disgusted. I kept thinking if I taught at like the community college, not like a career college, maybe it would have been better. I don't know. I went to the university. It was never like that. I mean, of course, I'm older, but it was 20 years ago. My master's degree I did online, so it's like I didn't have to go to the classroom, but no one was acting like that when I was at university, the real big 4-year university. And if they were, I didn't see it. So I'm going to maybe put in some grays into this hat. So we're going to hold off and we're going to blend. Well, actually, I'm going to put in a little bit of white and then we're going to blend. So what happened before that is the school itself, Pioneer Pacific, had a strict 3 absence, you're dropped. You can miss 3. If you miss more than 3, you're dropped. Well, there was this one girl in this class. She was probably late 30s. She was morbidly obese. She was one of those rough and tumble street type girls, divas, real negative, toxic personality. She was a real hard student. She was always causing trouble, and she had been a housewife in all these years, and she decided to go back to school, and she like literally acted like her teenage daughters who were in high school. But I was always like this nice and sunshiny and rainbow color wearing, teacher, and like everyone complimented my clothes every day and my fashion, and they loved me, and I was just always so nice, and that really ticks off negative, sour, vampire, energy sucker people. If they see you happy, they want to drag you down. And that's what I felt was going on with her. So anyway, she missed several classes, and I had an attendance sheet that I signed, checked for each person every day when they're there. I gave them a 7-minute leeway to be late. It's a 2-hour class, so I gave them 7-minute leeway before I marked them absent. She missed multiple full days, 2. She had her third one. Her third one was, she was 5 minutes late. No, 9 to 12 minutes late, and I had to mark her absent. No. Yeah. And then I told her, I said, you can't miss any more. The school's going to drop you. I'm required to, I don't even make the attendance rules. And she, of course, was like, oh, it's my daughter, my this, my that. Okay. I'm like, okay, you only have 3 weeks of school left. Just stick it out, Well, there was a 4th one. She came in at the normal time. I did the attendance, so it's like she was there. They get a 15-minute break in the middle of class. She left at the break and never came back. So she missed a whole half the class. So I had to go back and undo where I had marked her present as absent, because you can't just come in and be there the first half and leave and say you're present. You have to be there for the whole class. She missed some big stuff. And next thing you know, I turn that into the administration. She's getting notified that she's being dropped toward the end of the class, and she had a fit. She sent out an email to the president of the college, the vice president, administrator, to my manager, and CC'd me on it about that everyone got before I got to school that morning. The next day after she found out she was going to be dropped, so it was like several days later. Because she came back to my class the next day, and I told her she can't come, that I had to send it to the office. They're going to drop her. And she's like, we'll see about that. Right. Okay. Well, then the next day after that, I got this nasty email that she CC'd everyone about, oh, she dropped me and she's wrong. She miscounted. She's a terrible teacher. She hates me. Boo-hoo, wah, wah, narcissistic, whatever. So, of course, oh, guess what? I got called into the manager's office. Oh, there's a surprise. Might as well just pull out your little tea set and make me some tea because I'm starting to spend half my week in there with me and this other poor gal this kept happening to. Funny, she never had that issue with the male teachers. Yeah. And you know, this sounds terrible. I'm a nice person. I really am. She was butt ugly. She was butt ugly. She was extremely overweight. I had heard her talking to others about how, you know, her husband cheating on her and all these things. She was a miserable person. And I think I was not. At that time, I looked pretty darn good. I mean, I don't talk that highly about myself, but compared to how I look now, I would give my right arm to look like I did back then. And I think she hated all the ladies who were like happy or pretty or whatever. I really do. I really do. Anyway, that's side note. So she called me in and said, you know, the student says you dropped her, that she was there that day, that you miscounted. And I said, no, I did not. She was there. Then she left halfway through and missed the second hour. Trying to pull the wool over my eyes. And I said I had to mark her as not present because according to what's in the teacher rule book for attendance, that is not allowed, correct? Well, she says she was there the whole day. You must have got her mixed up with someone else. I said, no, I didn't. I said, no, because I looked all around. She wasn't there. We did a test. She didn't turn on in the test that day. Would you like to see my pile of tests that were turned in? Hers is not in there. Well, there was must have been standing. She didn't believe me. Didn't believe me. And this girl was threatening to like sue the school and do this and make you know, and because she was going to lose the credit and have to take the class all over again, of course. So it was just this terrible thing. And then she's like, yeah, well, she really hates you. I'm going to be honest. I said, gee, you think? But so yeah, she literally made me re-enroll her. Oh my God. And throw that or unfile it basically. I was like, and then you know, the next day I go to class and that witch was sitting in there all smug and smirk in the back, all gossiping with her friends, looking at me. I just wanted to slap her. I just wanted to punch her in the face. That was like a week before the other Netflix thing happened. I'm like, done. I'm done. I don't want to be responsible for putting a bunch of whiners who can't be accountable to, you know, out into the world, into professional careers. And, you know, maybe I should have stayed and let all of them get away with this behavior so they could get fired on their first jobs real quick when they pull any of this crap with their bosses. Let them learn the hard way, huh? I don't know. I guess I had higher integrity and expectations for adult students that weren't like right out of high school or whatever. All right, so that looks good. We'll put in some pale grays I have to pull. We're going to put some purple down in his outfit. So let's pull Parma Violet. I'm guessing these are his pants. So we're going to put a little dark on each side here. I did his shoes. You know what? I thought these were Easter eggs, but they're shoes. Look at the design. Drat. I'm going to go over that with pencil. Okay, so those are his okay, those are shoes. Okay, I thought they were Easter eggs. Yeah, so I'm like, and you know, the pandemic was going on, and so I quit. And they went out of business not long after, and oh darn. But what I can say when this entertainment soap opera story is the experience was so miserable that I've never taught college since. I didn't try to apply to the university, the community college. It made me hate teaching, and it really wrecked me because I was a housewife for years, and well, not really a wife. I wasn't married, but a homemaker, taking care of my kids, mostly single parent, roommates, whatever. But I homeschooled my kids, and I worked from home, and I had a child care center, and I wrote, I did publishing and editing and stuff like that. But I wanted to teach college and literature, mostly English, fiction writing and stuff like that. That was my dream. And first job, it was really hard to get first teaching job. That's the first one I could get. And they promised me that stuff, and all I got was like the resume writing, the composition writing, the research writing, the college English, blah, blah. But it was so bad of an experience that, you know, for several years as I was getting my master's in English, that was my vision, my goal, you know, and this wrecked me. Like it was so traumatizing that I never wanted to teach again. But beyond that, I never could figure out again what I wanted to do. Lilac. I used to always be able to like have goals and visions and know what I wanted to do and be working towards something. I mean, God, I have a bachelor's, 2 masters, and a graduate teaching certificate in online teaching. So like I'm pretty goal oriented when I set my mind to it. I started this channel and I started a magazine, had 8 employees. I did that for several years. I did a lot of things, and now it's like this teaching wrecked me. Like I could never, it's really been 4 years. I've not gone back to pick another career since then. I mean, I do some other income stuff part-time, but I have not been able to see myself doing anything. Like, I don't want to be a teacher anymore because it was so awful. You know, it's like, I don't even know what I want to do. I thought about going into HR because if you have a degree in English, a master's in English, you can work with people, do a lot of writing and reports and teaching, you know, onboarding. I thought about doing that. That's what my mom did, actually. She didn't even have a degree, any degree, actually, but she was good at it. But I thought about that. After I think about it, I just like, I don't know, like, but I was looking at working into HR full time. That's the only other thing I've really maybe kind of considered, but I don't know. It's sad. That's not even something I really want to do. It's just like, oh, you know, I'm 50 years old. I need to have a new career, you know, as some guide, and I just can't figure it out. So this is what I do. And you know, I like being at home. I'd like to get work remotely, doing something, and still be able to do this. But so we'll see. But yeah, it's real exhausting when you're 50 to think about starting a new career. What would you do? Or I'm tired, you know, I'm burnt out. I had all these, my dad died. I had all these 5 surgeries last year because of my cancer gene, my preventative surgeries. I have a grandson now. It's like, I feel kind of wiped out. And I gained like 40 pounds on my surgery. So I'm like severely out of shape, which is embarrassing. I'm going to take the gray lavender. I'm going to put a little bit of that over this. And now it's like I don't even have the mental energy to like lose all that weight and get back to that fitness plan, start all over again. I had lost like 40 pounds before my surgeries and it came all back. So I had double mastectomy with reconstruction, implants. I had my ovaries taken out, fallopian tubes taken out, my gallbladder taken out. It's like the bionic woman. And I got an infection in my reconstruction process. They had to start over, set me back several months. I had to have 2 surgeries, more than were originally planned, to finally get equivalent of a Hollywood boob job, which I guess is what I have now. Although I feel like I've gained so much weight now, I feel fat, which I am. So it's like, what's the point of having a Hollywood boob job if the rest of you looks like you're just crawled out of the pit of despair. So I've just been like doing nothing. I've been battling my weight my whole life. I had PCOS before the instant menopause. Oh yeah, instant menopause, right? Ovaries taken out. That probably didn't help with the 40 pounds. Anyone else had that problem? So I've been like recovering. My final surgery was 4 months ago, and and then my son decides, my last son, 27, graduated college, graduate school. He's like finally moving out. He's like my best pal. And so now I'm alone. So that was depressing. And then after Christmas, and now I'm just like, I'm going to just eat my pint of ice cream every night and work on my coloring or binge watch The Sopranos, apparently. That's my current goal in life, is to get through The Sopranos and actually break. I never ate ice cream before, ever. I didn't even like it. Now it's like, that's my thing. Okay, we're going to continue on here. I got some grays for the hat and the beard. Let's work on Let's work on, actually I'm going to use these three I got for the wood palette here first. The wood palette is this. We're going to do PC 1074 70% French gray. I'm going to put this in. I didn't want to do anything too brown since he's going to have like a little bit of a gray in his beard and stuff. These colors were light enough. They weren't really like brown either. We're just going to kind of do the sides here. I'm tired. It's like 11 o'clock at night. It's tomorrow's Easter and I've been trying to get this thing done for you guys. I'm actually going to go around the whole sort of exterior of the picture. I've also been working on the Dorothy picture for Fairy Tale Magic membership, the Deborah Muller storybook, Wizard of Oz Dorothy, and Prismacolor. So I'm halfway done. Trying to get that done, but I put that aside to do this for Easter. Yeah, April 20th is not a fun day. My mom died on April 20th, which will be Easter 2012, from lung cancer, even though she never smoked a day in her life. Go figure that. So my mom died on April 20th. Now, I don't think, Alexa, does Easter always fall on April 20th? I don't think it does.
From CNBCTV18.com. According to Catholic Answers, Easter usually falls between March 22nd and April 25th every year.
Yeah, so it's not, Easter's not always on the same date. So tomorrow is April 20th and it's Easter. My mom died on April 20th. My grandma died on Easter, 8 years ago, whatever date that actually was. Then my dad, about 3 months after my mom died, had his friends hook him up with some single bachelor lady whose name shall not be mentioned without me wanting to kill somebody. And within like 30 days after that, married her, which makes me, I think he was seeing her well before that. Probably when my mom was still alive. We're going to do the 50% French gray, the 1072. Her birthday is April 20th, the same day of my mom's death. So that was real fun. I kind of got a little satisfaction all the subsequent years. My dad was with her every year that her birthday was on the day my mom died. My parents were married for 40 years. 45 years. Yeah, they were middle school sweethearts. We went to high school together, got married. My dad went to UCLA. Day he graduated, he got married to my mom on the day he graduated and the same day he enlisted in the Air Force. And then went on to special intelligence, then to work for the CIA. 40 years they were married, 45 years, whatever. And she gets sick and he's got Trixie McDimbo on his arm, 10 years younger, which isn't saying a lot because she was 55, then he was 65. My mom died. They're both 65. My parents are both 65. They're the same age. Oh, and then we're going to go into Putty Beige, 1083. Does the light just change color? She had never been married, no kids. She had been engaged 3 times to 3 different men and none of them went through. My dad was a chump. He didn't grieve or process my mom's death. He was probably codependent, because he'd been with her his whole life. So he started dating, was prepared when she was dying from cancer and I was down there staying with them. I had dinner with my dad a couple times when my brother or whoever was spending time with my mom, and he was already talking about how he's on a diet because if he's going to be a single flying bachelor, he needs to look better, well before my mom died. Yeah, he was already planning it, and he was out there dating immediately supposedly met this woman within a month. Within another month, moved in with her, and then they were married within the year. And we didn't coincidentally get invited to the wedding because she didn't feel comfortable with us there because she knew we didn't approve, which is ironic because I never even met her. So, nor did I really ever say that much to my dad about it because he was so happy. But yeah, he was a chump. And so you see how I'm coloring this in the middle. So we have the 3 colors, the dark, medium, light. I'm going to do the brim in a minute. So yeah, so April 20th and Easter is not a good day. Something else happened on Easter where I got permanently locked into a relationship with someone I was already trying to get away from, which is something I can't discuss on this channel. But it's April 20th or Easter. 2 of the events were April 20th and 2 of the events were Easter regardless of the date. So like tomorrow's an overall bad day for me. So I thought maybe I'd do this. I wouldn't have to like think about it as much. We're going to repeat this process and do a little of the exterior. This is the 70% French gray, the PC 1074. I'm going to do a little bit of the outside. I'm going to make it darker here. So yeah, it was real disappointing about my dad. And she is such a, oh my God, gold digger, honey. That's what she was. She tried to keep my dad from my 2 adult sons, his grandsons, and his great grandson, my grandson. Always, made it hard for him to come visit. Never came with him, and they were married 10 years. My dad died last year, but oh my God, I should tell you guys the stories of how she screwed us over, my dad's will, and how she forged it and changed it. Anyway, she never came to visit in 10 years when my dad did. She was very antisocial, probably why those guys dumped her and didn't marry her. She's a control freak. I only visited my dad there 4 times when he was dying, but in like a 2-month period. But he used to come here. We live in a different state, but like 4 or 5 times a year to see the kids, my kids who are adults, but we all lived in the same town. And she would never come, never once. He always said, nope, she won't do it. I'm not even going to ask. Nope. Every time I invited her, nope, she won't do it. Never would give an explanation. I never knew. I figured, I've come to learn it's her projected guilt. Because there was a point when my mom died, my dad had put me as the executor of his estate, of my parents' family estate, because my parents were married 40 years, and my brother and I should have gotten whatever was in my family. And my brother was lost kind of to drugs, unfortunately, but there was me. And my dad had asked for my social. He put all my info on there somewhere around when he was even still early on dating this woman. And he had me on his life insurance, all his 401ks, my parents' estate. Well, that all got changed over the years when he was married to what's-her-face, because all of my name was removed from everything. It's a real Tori Spelling situation. Tori Spelling's father situation, should I say. And she always worked her whole life till she met my dad. Coincidentally, a few months after they got married, suddenly she had back problems, couldn't work anymore, or she was taking time off to remodel their place, or there's all these excuses why she couldn't work anymore. So my dad supported her and then blew through. He had like $500,000 in his 401k. By the time he died, he had like 40. She convinced him to keep pulling it out to spend it before he retired, or even like on lavish trips and all this stuff. And then business started to die. My dad was, business would go up and down. He was a banker, after the military and the government. And then I was a president of a bank, and they went into mortgage. He had his own mortgage business, and it started to tank when the mortgage industries tank. 50% we're blending more of that in. So then, yeah, so she bled him dry, and he's like, I don't know, I would make a hint every now and then about something I'd be concerned about, and it got turned around on all I care about is money, because that's what she would be telling him. Because it was a deflection. So that's why I think she never would come to see us because she knew I was all up in her grill. Like, I knew what she was up to, and she could not outsmart me, and that she did not like that. So she avoided me like the plague. This is 1083 Putty Beige, and she wasn't a very nice person. She looked like a man. She was like, oh, I had like, if I didn't know any better, I would have said she was probably gay, which could be why she broke off all those engagements. I don't know who broke off who, but she's very, this is how I know my dad was desperate when my mom died. Like, so afraid to be alone, he just clung on to like whoever he could get, because he was 65. He didn't think he could get anybody, whatever. She's always been very masculine. She had short butch hair, didn't wear makeup, didn't wear jewelry. She was like the complete opposite of my mom. Like, it just blew my mind. And I don't know. I mean, I got some satisfaction. I'm going to go back to the middle color, which is the 50% French gray, to do right here. Before my dad died, not long before, I asked him, how did it, since you're dying, I'm not going to tell anybody, like, how really is it being married to, who, the last 10 years versus my mom for 45 years? And he's like, well, duh. And then he's like, he basically indicated I got the impression he had never been happy since my mom died, really. He said, your mother was an extremely special person. No one could, like, compare to her, ever. And then I said, were you ever happy at all with Mary? He's like, no comment. So I'm like, yeah. Crap, did I just say her name? Pretend you didn't hear that. That's actually not even her real name. Her real name is an old lady name, so she changed it to using her middle name. So that gave me a little bit of satisfaction, and I loved it when, on his death day, his planned death day, death doula, and death with dignity, he scheduled his death a month in advance. That was a real rough patch in my life. It'll be 2 years in August. It hasn't even been 2 years yet. When we went down to California to be there for the event, he asked me to bring several photos, framed family photos of me, the kids, and my mom. So I brought like 3 of my mom. He wanted them all on the dresser next to his area of framed photos of my mom from their marriage. Oh, it pissed her off. Something good. I loved it. It was great. But so yeah, he had me go in his room there and set them up. And of course, she came charging. What are you doing? What's going on in here? I'm like, oh, my dad wanted me to put these in here near the bed where things are going to happen tomorrow. And, oh, just put them there on the dresser. I'll rearrange them later. So I put all the pictures up there, and he had chosen the ones he wanted. We left later that night to come back the next morning for the event. And all of them had been moved out, except for the ones of the kids. The one of me had been moved out. All of the ones of my dad and my mom had been moved out. And she let him have one of my mom, but it was tucked in the far corner of the dresser where he couldn't see it. So like his, if there's like a wall here, his bed was coming out from the wall and the dresser was right here. She put it way in the dresser corner. So if he were to turn his head from the bed, he couldn't see it because it was kind of behind his perfect, but all the other pictures, and 2 of her and him right in the front. So yeah, it clearly upset her. I thought that really just made me mad. Like, that really told me everything you ever need to know about her. Wicked Witch of the West. She's just, I'm sure she had a fit about it and insulted her, like, memory of his first wife, even though she died and he'd been married 45 years. Like, ugh, it was just, I know it was her. I mean, I'm sure she gave my dad the pity manipulative trip. Even though he was dying, that was what he wanted. Yeah, I never forgave her for that. Okay, so let's take the blender and get this all blended out. I'm going to start over here. And she completely screwed us over. Oh, I knew she was going to do this. I mean, I honestly, I take it back. I didn't know it would manifest the way that it did, or that she would do exactly what she did with my dad's will and everything. And my dad was a classic procrastinator. He's a businessman, but he's had a real problem with procrastination, which I think I might have inherited, especially when it's things you don't really want to do. So, he was well until his pancreatic cancer, when he decided to finally make his will. I kept kind of bugging him about it, like, because I knew if there was no will, things would be bad with Mary. I'm just gonna say her name. Fuck it. Did I just say that? Pretend you didn't hear that. See, this is an uncensored video. This is my chatty color along, so I can complain about anything I want. And I've been watching a lot of Sopranos, and every other word is a bad word. I think it's rubbing off on me. I don't know if that's a good thing. Maybe I should stop watching it. So, anyway. Excuse my language. So, yeah. So he, of course, got like one of those, they bought software to do the will at home on his own computer in his home office. Big mistake, Dad. What were you thinking? Good Lord. Because, you know, and will's multiple pages, and there's certain sections outlined to certain people, certain items, and then in the end page, there was, you know, I saw a copy of it after he died. She tightly controlled it ahead of time. I wasn't allowed to see it. Shocker. The final page was, they had to go down and get it notary. So my dad's signing it. She signed it as a witness. Their two next door neighbors who were their friends signed as witnesses. It was a local notary. But the back page that you sign with a notary, that's like page 27. It's just, you know, and then you print all the papers off the software and you have a document, right? Like you have 27 pages of a document. Only the last page is the signature. You could go back and change any of the pages in the document from the software at any time, right? There's no record of what exactly the notary witnessed signing to, each page memorized or whatever. I went down to like the pack mail and had it done or some stupid thing. So, you know, she bled my dad dry, which I kind of gave me a little satisfaction, even though I didn't end up getting anything at all. Because she ended up with nothing much either, because she had him spend most of it on her when he was alive, and he was not resaving anything. He was lavishing it up, you know. So looks good. This is a nice pale color too. See, it's not too brown. It's kind of a softer, natural color. What was I getting at? Oh, so, but, you know, and they spent so much, in fact, they couldn't afford their mortgage anymore when my dad's business got slower in the last 2 years of his life. So they sold it and they bought like a mobile home in it was kind of hoity-toity, like in Napa Valley, retirement community, 55 and up. So it was really a nice one. And still cost them like $350,000 to buy, compared to like $700,000 or $800,000 for like a house in Napa Valley. But so he had that, and, you know, his car, and my mom was an artist. He still had about 20 of my mom's paintings from, you know, when they were married, that I knew I was supposed to get when he passed away at some point. He kept, of course, all her best ones, her big, beautiful framed artwork. Maybe I can put some pictures in here and show you guys, if anyone's even listening to this. I have no idea. I'm talking to my invisible friends right now. Do I even have any friends on here? I have no idea. If anyone's listening to this right now, go put a comment and say, I'm listening. Because I'm like, I don't really think anyone listens to anything I say in here. I don't know. I'm all worried about saying a bad word. Well, no one's probably even going to hear it. I crack myself up. Okay, so we got that done. Nice colors here. So again, it was 70% French gray, 50% French gray, and putty beige. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get in and work on the grass. Why not? Let's do that. The grass we're going to do... I have to get to the rest of the will story here in a minute. All right, what do I have? Some really greeny green colors. We've got Spring Green, 913, Kelly Green, 1096, Chartreuse, 989, and Apple Green, 912. All right, we're gonna start with the darkest one, which is the Kelly Green. I got mine nice and sharp. I don't think I can. Should adjust my camera. Sorry, guys. I think you can see. You can zoom in. So you see how there's these little green spikes of grass? We're going to do the dark just around those spikes, kind of, like over here, for example. So let's just get in and fill in some dark around all these kind of spikes. Just kind of start putting in some dark shade. Okay, so the will. So my dad asked me when he's making his will what I would like when he died. And I said, the only thing I really wanted were the rest of my mom's paintings, which he already knew. 20 of them. Different sizes. Originals, you know, artwork she painted. And my dad's Hawaiian shirt collection. He collected Tommy Bahama Hawaiian shirts. He went to Hawaii every year for his whole life, as I did with my parents, and then later took my kids. Always seen wearing a Hawaiian shirt and holding a glass of wine. That was my dad. He was always the life of the party. He loved wine parties and gourmet food parties. He was kind of a gourmet, but he was a real fun guy. Anyway, so here we're just kind of doing it like this, and we're gonna weave in the other colors around these. So he said that's all no problem. Oh, and I wanted my parents' wedding rings from that he had held on to after my mom died. He had her engagement ring and 2 gold wedding bands, which he gave me when he was still alive, when he came to visit one of the times before he got too sick to travel. So that was nice. I wonder if he gave it to me ahead of time to make sure I try to tell myself he gave it to me ahead of time to make sure I actually got it. Because he was going to leave the handling of what's in his will to what's her name to make sure to give it to us after he died, which I didn't trust as far as I could just puke on her Cheerios. Seriously, like that. I could never say that to my dad. I was just like, but you know, he knew. He must have known. Why else would he give me that ahead of time? And he gave a Jackson, my son, and my other son, Forrest, a couple of things as well. When he was still alive, when knowing that he had the pancreatic cancer, that were important to him, like little things and stuff. And I told my dad I want whatever family photos he has. So 3 things: Hawaiian shirts, family photos, and my mom's paintings. That was it. No money, no nothing else. I didn't ask for anything else. I knew I wasn't going to get it because I knew that stuff was all long gone, so it didn't really matter. I wouldn't ask for it anyway. But so that was, 2 months before he died. He was working on it. He kept telling me. So when we were down there visiting, oh, what a nightmare. We went down there 3 times in a 6-week period. It was an 8-hour drive up until the final time, I'm leaving a little white spot in this middle of this one to put some lighter green. So I'm just kind of following this pattern here, and then we're going to blend in other greens under it. So when we went there, he told me, he had like a wine storage locker in the front of his house that he had built into his house. It was like a wine cellar, and it had a padlock. And he told me, weeks before his death date, that he had been working on packing up things. There's boxes in there with my name on it, with my son's names on them, all ready to go for after he dies. So the final trip, when we came there, the day before he died, he said, by the way, you're not going to be able to take any of the stuff I left for you after I pass tomorrow when you leave town. What's her name? I'm just going to call her What's Her Name. Wants to be able to deliver it to you in Oregon, where I live, in another state, sometime in the next few months when she's done, going through the house and blah, blah, blah. And I said, oh, well, I mean, we're already here. We drove here. We have a car. The things that already have our names on our package, we could just take them. And she wants to be able to handle it. I'm like, yeah, I bet she effing does, right? That was a problem for me, but what could I do or say? Because anything I say would be turned around on me like I am the greedy or worried one. So I said, okay. And he said, when she comes to Oregon to deliver the stuff in my will, she'll bring you and each of the boys copies of my will. But I wasn't allowed to see or have it ahead of time. Okay. It's funny because, the night before he died, I was in his office and I could see the 3 envelopes sitting there, packets, his will packets with our names on them. And they wouldn't give them to us. It's just like, this was all her idea, all her need to control it, all of it. My dad was like, I don't give a crap. Here, take it. Like, he was like the most nonchalant, easygoing person in the universe. And it was such a desperate need for her to control it, and her fear of whatever this conspiracy is she had going on, which was pathetic, what you'll hear here shortly. So, and I was 48 when this happened. This was 2 years ago, or less than 2 years ago. So I like, imagine being my age and this stuff going on. Like, my oldest son is 31 at the time. 32. He was 32 when this happened. My other one was 25. All right, so let's move to the next screen. We're gonna move into the Vert Pomme, which is apple green, 912. And I'm gonna just start blending a little bit under this and work my way down a little bit. I'm gonna put a little bit in right here. We're just gonna slowly like blend in, but keep leaving white space to add in the other greens. Just slowly blend along the edge. So, and the night before my dad died, he wanted his last movie to be, and I want to make this perfectly clear as you get this image of the story I'm telling. My dad was not bedridden. It was very difficult for me to accept his decision to end his life with death with dignity, pre-scheduling his death date. He was eating a full sit-down dinner in front of the TV the night before. He planned it about a month before. He never did treatment, because there's really no treatment for pancreatic cancer. It's all crap. It doesn't work. So he actually, because he had no treatment, he felt pretty good the first 6 months of his pancreatic cancer. He was doing normal things. He was losing a little bit of weight by about the 5th month. By about the 6th month, as soon as his appetite started to diminish and his taste buds changed for no reason, because he's a wine connoisseur. That was his life. He lived in Napa Valley. As soon as his taste buds changed and he would drink wine and it tasted like salt, any wine he would drink tasted like salt, he's like, I'm done. I'm out. I'm done. I'm out. That's it. And I'm like, you could go like several more months. You could have lived for another year for all we know. I mean, he was getting more and more tired, having some, weight loss because he was losing a little appetite, but he really didn't have any other symptoms. Never got any jaundice. It was in his liver too. Didn't get the jaundice yet. Didn't get any of that. He's like, I'm sick of it all. I'm done. He said he didn't want to stick around and wait for symptoms to start and then have people have to take care of him, or have to like have people take him to bathrooms, or, he was only 75. So, he didn't want, and he was an athlete. My dad would hike and bike 5 days a week, about 15 miles each time, all around Napa Valley. He was super fit, and then he got it. Go figure, right? Maybe all the wine had something to do with it. I don't know. Anyway, well, actually, no, it's from the BRCA gene. It's the cancer gene that did it, and his lifestyle, all the heavy meat from the restaurants and the wine that triggered the gene. I have the same gene, which is why I got the surgeries I got. If my dad never got the cancer, I never would have known I had the gene. So he might have saved my life. In women, the BRCA gene causes breast cancer, ovarian cancer at like 80% rate. And I was 48. I got all the scans. I was lucky I didn't have it yet. They couldn't believe I didn't have either one of those cancers yet. And I'm like, well, maybe it's because I'm a vegan. I don't know. So I was, at least until I broke that after 15 years. After my dad died, I went on a little bender. Started eating dairy again, at least. I haven't eaten meat since I was 19. But anyway, what was I saying? So point is, cancer gene. But he was doing pretty good. And I'm just weaving this in little bits. You can see here. We got 2 more greens to go. But he's like, I'm out. I'm scheduling my day. I want it done. So he had time to make all his plans and do all these things. So yeah, the night before he died, he wanted his last movie to be Mamma Mia. It was I love this. It was his and my mom's favorite movie. As a couple, they watched it hundreds of times. And I thought, I love that. Of course, what's-her-face wasn't out there watching it. It was me and my 2 kids. And big old steak dinner. He's like, he was literally, quite literally doing the Last Supper. Like, and loving it. He was fine. He was like, oh, I'm fine. It was the weirdest. It was so weird. It was so hard to accept. I tried many times to change his mind. He wasn't having it. So, I mean, it was inevitable. Eventually he was going to die, but He could have gone probably 6 more months, 3 months, I don't know. This is 913 Spring Green. We're going to start blending this into some of those other greens, lightly. So, the night before, watch the movie. We're sitting there talking, reminiscing memories about my mom. All their wonderful life together after the military, when they lived in Taiwan during the military, their first house they bought, and that's all he talked about for hours. While What's-Her-Face was in the other room sulking. Oh, it was so fantastic. I felt sorry. I almost felt sorry for her, which is hard to feel sorry for someone you don't like, but I did, actually. But I loved it too, so got a little bit of evil in me. Okay, anyway, so... Anyway, he talked about, he's like, something... we were talking about the shirt, Hawaiian shirt he was wearing. He asked if I wanted it, and I said yes. He said, okay, there's 26 other shirts for you, wrapped up in all of my shirts in a box in the wine locker with your name on it. Okay, cool. Thank you. 26. Remember that number. Okay. Of course, I really wish he had stood up and said, who should not be named, and say, let me take them after, or just whatever. And then also the rest of, well, the painting situation was a whole other just cluster F. That's a whole other story from the trip several weeks prior of me getting the rest of my mom's paintings. And I should tell you guys that one too. This is like prime time television stuff. All right, so I think I've done enough. I'm going to get into the chartreuse now. I left some white, some real light tinted here, so I can get in that chartreuse. All right. All right, let's go into the chartreuse. The 989. So, my dad passes away. Obviously, that occurred. The event happened. We had so many terrible stories around this event. I don't even know where to start. And they're all about her. Oh my gosh. Let's stick to the current story. So, we left, and, last word was she was going to call or email me within... And my dad would never give me a time. How long was it going to be till she comes to Oregon? A week, a month, 6 months? There's going to be snow in the pass in a few months. This happened last August, or the August before, 2 years ago, August, yeah. It'll be 2 years this coming August. So he died in 2023. I'll call you. It'll probably be about a month or maybe 2 months. I'm like, get going through the house in case there's anything missed or whatever. Okay. You mean so you can control and go through everything? I think that's what it really meant. I now realize after the fact. So, fine. So the plan was she was going to contact me when she's coming down. We were going to arrange, her coming to Oregon. And when she was up there, she wanted to go visit Portland for the first time. She'd never been there, and that's 2 hours from where I am. It was going to become like a little road trip for her. Fine, whatever. So we're going to get this stripped down here really lightly. So a month goes by, and I'm thinking of 5 weeks. Oh, should I message her? I haven't heard anything. Oh my God. I was getting a little worried, So I'm like, no, I'll wait 1 more week. I asked my son if he'd heard anything, no. She was always trying to kiss up to my older son because he's kind of easy to manipulate or something. I don't know. The one that didn't live with me, my younger one lived with me still at this time. The one that just moved out. So I was going to wait 1 more week. Well, 3 nights after I decided I'm going to wait 1 more week, at 10 o'clock at night, my son and I are in the living room with the lights all off. We're watching a movie. I don't know what it was. And someone starts pounding on the door. It freaked me out. It was nighttime. I'm like, what the heck? I was pounding on the front door. Freaked me out. I thought it was the cops or something. And I look at the people, and I see my older son, the people, wearing his work clothes. I'm like, that's weird. Like, he should have been off work hours ago, because he lives right down the street from me. So I thought maybe swinging by on the way home or something. But he never does it without texting or calling, so that was weird. Open the door. He's standing there, and there's just stuff all around him on my porch. And I'm like, what the heck? He's like, oh, I got Grandpa's stuff. I'm like, excuse me? He's like, yeah, Mary was, oh my God, I just said her name. Blah, blah, sorry, blah, blah. Can't say it. It's Slender. That's not her real name, so I can say it. Wicked Witch. Let's just hope she never hears this. You know, it's a free damn country. I'm going to say whatever I want. So, yeah. Wicked Witch. She, turns out the plan was there all along from the very beginning, made with my dad when he was still alive. When I wasn't in the room, he had asked my son if he would be the one to arrange with wife to be the one to be contacted to arrange getting all the stuff to us without telling your mother, which is me, at wife's request, because she wasn't comfortable with it. What a crock. Ironically, as bad as I talk about it, I only met her like 5 times in 10 years, and I was always nice to her. I never said anything rude to her. I never even told my dad most of what I really thought, you know. So it's like, it always baffled, but she knew I was all over her like a fly on poop. She knew it. And because, you know, I might have a few times questioned my dad or hinted something, but it was very nonchalant, you know. So I'm going to go back to the original dark and put in a few more shadows with the Kelly Gray and the 1096. So what happened is she contacted my older son and said, I'll be in Oregon tomorrow. She only gave him like 2-day notice. He gave his address, which is down the street from me. He was at work when she showed up, and she texted him, I'm here. And he's like, I got 2 more hours to work. So she sat in her car for 2 hours she sat in her car in the dark for 2 hours in front of his house. And he lives 5 minutes down the road from me, and I was home. What a coward. Well, she's such a coward. They're both cowards. That whole thing just ticks me off. Anyway, I was real pissed at my son for this. Anyway, so yeah, so he finally got home. And, you know, because he doesn't always get off at the same time, his job. So she had to wait 2 hours. He gets home. So instead of him taking everything into the house, it was transferred from her car into his to bring it right over here. Because he knew that if I found out that he got all my mom's stuff in his house, it was in his house before I got to find out that I would freak out, or he thought I would be like worried that he would took something out of it or whatever. I don't know what he was thinking. So he said, I put it right on my car and brought it right on over, so you can't say I took anything inside or it's being hidden from you. I'm like, oh, you people, you characters. Like my dad and my son were like kind of misogynistic boy club, unfortunately. Only negative thing I can really say about them, but anyway, so my dad was, unfortunately, you know, I love my dad. He was a good guy, but he was a narcissist, so he had his faults, and he was definitely kind of a womanizer and a misogynist, unfortunately, in a classy kind of a way, if there is such a thing. But anyway, so yeah, he's at my door with all this stuff, and he brings it in, and there's like a few of my mom's paintings, you know, a box that said, you know, my son's name, my other son's name, one that said family photos, you know, little notes and things for the kids. So all the, you know, 2 cases of wine my dad set aside for my younger son, who's a wine collector also. Stuff like that, right? And let's go put in the Apple Rain, the 912 again. So I felt so betrayed and stunned. Like, I actually was looking forward to seeing Mary, ironically, because I kind of wanted to talk to her about, like, how she's doing. And maybe now that my dad's gone, she and I could spend a little time together and share some stories about my dad. We never really had that chance. And, you know, and this is after some of the other crazy stuff she did. So I was pretty forgiving, you know. And I was not only stunned, I was disappointed that my dad was a part of this. He allowed her to kind of go. She's like, remember when we were leaving, when my dad died, she's like, I'll call you in this amount of time. And the plan all along was to never contact me, was to contact my son. And he went along with it, which is so weird. The whole thing was so weird and stupid. And I know why now, and you'll hear when I tell you what happened with the will, which she, you know, he had the 3 envelopes, my son, that she had given him. He brought mine to me as well. And he hadn't opened his either. We opened them all together and they were all the same. But I know why now, by what was in there. It's because she altered it. And she didn't want to face me. She didn't want me opening it in front of her. That's why she didn't want my dad to give us copies of it before he died. Because remember, they did it on their own computer on the software and only had the last page signed. You could go in the software and re-edit any page and reprint it and add it to your pile like it's their original page. Nobody would know the difference because every page isn't signed, just the back page, right? And when I tell you the language that was changed, you'll know what I'm saying is true, which I'll get to in a second. But so then, oh, good Lord. Let's go into the light green one more time. We're building our layers. We're doing the spring green 913. So I know now she didn't want to face me because I would know what she did. She was a coward, a chicken coward. And you know, and it's so dumb. All of this, it's the stupidest thing ever. Okay, so let's get to the Hawaiian shirts. I get to the box that has Emily Hawaiian shirts. Well, first of all, no. Remember how my dad said there's 26 shirts for you in a box in the storage with your name on it? Well, guess what I got? My son carried in Hawaiian shirts on hangers, not in a box, that she had given him. And, you know, I laid them on the couch and I was looking around for the box. There was no box. There's no box with Hawaiian shirts. Guess how many Hawaiian shirts I got out of 26? I got 9. 9 Hawaiian shirts out of 26. That little psychopath opened probably all the stuff my dad had packaged up, labeled in there for us, which is why she wanted to bring it to us later so she can go through it all. Because she couldn't control it when he was doing it when he was alive. Because my dad wasn't that easily controlled, believe it or not. She took out a ton of them. And gave me 9 of them. She took out the most expensive ones. I mean, there are collectibles. Tommy Bahama shirts to buy are like, what, $150, maybe $200. So she lives in a very fancy town called St. Helena, where my dad and she lived in Napa Valley. And she's a huge consignment shopper. They're high-end consignment boutiques, but she would buy all my dad's like fashion-y type clothes at this several men's consignment stores of high-end fashion where she would buy my dad's stuff. And I knew the second I saw that she kept all those out so she could go sell them at the consignment shop. Because my dad really didn't leave her that much money, according to what I saw in the will. Now, I knew he only had like 40 grand left. Okay, she got that. Ooh, you know. But, yeah, so I know she kept them out to go sell them. I knew she did. And I'll tell you how I know. When I get to the will, that's, you know, my dad supposedly wrote, right? Which I'm sure they wrote. He did, but it was changed. It said in the section under Emily for his daughter, me. My brother wasn't even mentioned in the will. He's still alive, but he's been lost to drugs, to the streets for the last 20 years, unfortunately. We're about to blend. I'm putting in the last of the chartreuse here. It said under Emily, it said, my Hawaiian shirt collection, Tommy Bahama and collectible vintage. All my Hawaiian shirt collection, 26 for Emily. Okay, so if you imagine, you know, black letters in this will section said each person's name, you know, my son, my other son, Mary, blah, me, Emily. Bullet number 1, all of my Hawaiian shirt collection, all of my 26 Hawaiian shirt, vintage and collectible and Tommy Bahama collection. And then where normally would be a period, there was a gap. Like someone didn't hit the space bar 3 times. And then there was like a 3 white space gap. And then it said, other than what Mary wants to keep for herself. Yeah, well, let me tell you something. My dad in high school and college with my mom was on the newspaper. He is, like me, has 2 master's degrees, worked for the CIA. He was the president of a bank. He's extremely intelligent. He doesn't make typos. I couldn't even actually get my who and whom wrong without practically like getting, you know, starved, no dinner for a night or something. Like seriously, like my dad doesn't make typos. And so I know she went in when he died. She went back to that page. she, you know, you can edit. You make your own will on your software. She probably added that line at the end and didn't realize there's too many spaces, so it wasn't a continuously typed sentence. 100% that's what happened. So my dad would not write that. 26, besides what she wants to keep for herself, he would have been specific, besides these 3 or this 2 or besides, or he would have just said, you know, 9 shirts. And the other, she would have made sure. See, this is how I know, because she, don't you agree? She would have, if he had told her when he was alive, he would give her all those shirts, she would have made sure to put it in the will under her name. You know, Wicked Witch. What is 26 minus 9? That's 17. Whatever. 17 shirts for blah, blah, blah. But he had already told her they're for me. And I'm sure it was an argument. So she couldn't change it. So he packed them up, taped the box, put it in the locker. That's why she wanted to control everything and bring it to me later. So she opened it, took them out, went in and changed the document, and then handed me the will after he died. And he fell for it. I was so pissed at him for that. For such a, he is so smart. My dad is a blatant genius. I can't, but he was in a codependent control situation. Like she really manipulated him, pulled the wool over his eyes. And, you know, he was sick. He was dying. And I think he was trying to please everybody. That pissed me off so bad. So here's the blender. Let's start blending with the light colors into the dark. So anyway, yeah, he really didn't think, I don't think it occurred to him she would do something like that. And that's why you don't make your own will yourself and leave the software on your computer you share with your spouse. Good Lord. If anyone ever is hearing the story, trust me, maybe you learned to never do that, because if it happened to me, it could happen to you. And imagine if it was something a lot more valuable than that. So guess what I did? I called around all the consignment stores in St. Helena. Sure enough, one store got a big chunk of men's Hawaiian vintage shirts in my dad's size. I asked if one of them was this XYZ pattern, because I had photos of my dad wearing all the shirts over the years. They confirmed they had them. Oh, what a little bitch. She could have just given them to me and sold them to me. And I told the owner of the situation, but turns out she's friends with my dad's wife. Yeah, that went over real well. She said I could buy them. They were like $108. She was selling them in the store for apparently $180 a piece. And there was, 11 of them? I couldn't afford that. Oh, I was so pissed. And, you know, the irony of all of that, when those shirts would sell, Wicked Witch stepmother would only get half of that. She would have only gotten, what, $90. $90. Okay, $90 times 9, that's 1,800 or something. But you know what? That's nothing. These were in my dad's will to go to me and my boys who could wear them. I would wear his shirts, and I was going to save them for my kids and my grandson, who's 3 now. And they're just for $1,800. Just go to someone who will never know or appreciate them. So that Hawaiian shirts, all I really wanted of my dad's. The only thing that I ever associated him with. I was just, but I mean, it makes sense, right? Why this was all planned out. She didn't want to see me at the curb, and why she went through my son, because she was planning on doing this all along. I mean, can you imagine? Oh, then we get to the painting. Oh my God. You guys burn out just hearing the story? It gets worse. My mom's paintings, technically okay. They were probably more valuable to me than the shirts. So there's a whole story that happened with my mom's paintings the visit before my dad died. It was already known. My dad told me it would be in the will that I was getting all my mom's paintings. There were 20 of them. This was the visit before he died, about a month before he died. We were there visiting. The night before we were to leave town, we were watching The Birdcage, another great movie. My dad loved musicals. That's a funny movie. Nathan Lane. So my dad said, oh, you're leaving tomorrow? If you want to take a few of your mother's paintings, or as many as you want, a lot of them are already off the walls. They're all in the closet in our bedroom. Because they had a small place, so he had like 12 of them in the closet. He's like, oh yeah, you can go and just take them. I'm like, oh, okay, great. He's like, but the ones on the walls I want to keep there until after I'm gone so I can look at them. I said, okay, that's nice. I understand. So I'm standing in the hallway. It's 10 o'clock at night. We're getting ready to leave their place. She was in their room hiding as always. I could hear him. He went in there and talked to her. And he's like, I just heard, oh, I want to get Emily these paintings in the closet, blah, blah. And I couldn't hear what she was saying, but all I heard was, it was my idea, not hers. My dad said that. It was my idea, not hers. Like the first thing Wicked Witch said was, she's trying to get you to take the paintings now? And my dad's like, actually defended me. He's like, no, it was my idea, not hers. So I really appreciated that. But then, of course, they were blocked in the closet by too many of Wicked Stepmother's shoes and stuff. And so she wasn't going to be able to get them out till early in the morning because we were going to come by in the morning and say goodbye after like scones and stuff on our way out of town, which would have been like around 8 the next morning. So he came out and he said, okay, well, but she can't get to them. She'll get to them in the morning. When you come by and say goodbye in the morning, you know, we'll have them here in the living room. You guys can load them up then. So I'm like, okay, that was nice of you, you know, whatever. Wow. You're going to love this part. Next morning comes along. You know, I told my dad we'd text and call before we came over. I texted him 7:45, 8:15, 8:30. He wasn't responding. So, you know, we waited. We took longer at breakfast and took a little longer breakfast. Then I got a text from him and I opened it and it was written. It was from her, written from my dad's phone. It was like, oh, Emily, this is blah, blah, blah. Your dad's still asleep. He had a rough night. All of the paintings are here for you if you want to swing by and get them. But you're not going to be able to say goodbye because he had a rough night. He'll be sleeping. You don't want to wake him up. I'm like, oh, that's nice. Hopefully he doesn't drop dead and die before I can come back in 4 weeks. So that was kind of, maybe I almost want to wait, but you know, we had a 9-hour drive, so we had to leave. So we go over to their place, pull up in the driveway. So there's like a driveway and then like a gate, like the mobile home was long. So the driveway was right here, and then there was a gate, and then their whole front yard was like on the side of it, right? There's like a walkway that goes along the whole side of the mobile home and a big yard, a nice yard actually, where they would sit out there and have lights and barbecues and stuff. So we get in there, go out the gate. Guess what I ran into? My kids and I ran into all of the paintings had been thrown out of the house onto the walkway, not stacked. They were like scattered flat on the walkway, just thrown out there, like blocking the path so you couldn't even get to the front door. And I'm like, what the heck? My kids and I were standing there, jaws hanging open, like, what the F just happened here? And it wasn't just the 8 or whatever it was almost all of them. Even the ones that had been on the walls that my dad said he wanted to leave on the walls until after he died. 2 in particular I recognized because they were in his living room on the wall. They were just thrown out there. Like someone had a fit and chucked them out there. And so, you know, thank God it didn't rain or something, right? So here we are picking up all these paintings, callously just thrown, like huge ones and medium ones, all kinds of sizes, loading them into the car. And thank the Lord, my dad had woke up. He must have heard our car, and he came out right as we got the last one in the car. I wasn't about to go knock on the door and confront Wicked Stepmother because I knew she did it. I knew it was her. So my dad comes out. He was half asleep, but he's like, oh, I gotta say goodbye. I'm like, what happened? Why are all these paintings out here, Dad? And he's like, oh, you know, I don't know. I was asleep. I'm like, do you see how we came out? They're laying all over the place. They just got thrown out here. He's, I don't know. Like, he just changed his subject. He didn't want to talk about it. And on that note, I got to mention one thing that happened the night before as we're leaving that would make more sense. Anyway, backing up the night before when he went in and asked her if I could take the paintings, and she said, no, they're blocked in the closet. Come back in the morning. My dad came out and told us, get him in the morning. So we left, you know, he said goodbye to us at the door. We were outside walking down the pathway. He had gone back into the house, but their windows were open. And by the time we got to the end of the walkway to the driveway, their bedroom faced the driveway. Their window was open. He went in there and she was yelling at him. Why did you do that? All I heard was, why did you do that? And you know I was going to deliver them all to her at the end. And she was pissed. I was like, what? They've been married 10 years. We hardly ever saw her. I never really had any glimpse into their relationship. But she was a bully control freak. And it really opened my eyes. I think what probably happened is they got in a fight about it because she wasn't going to get to be in control and she had other plans, and she got ticked and just threw them all out there. And my dad knew it, but he was too sick or weak to go on out there and get them or whatever. I think that's what happened. Because the next morning when my dad came out and I asked him, he's like, I said, well, why are these ones? Why did you give us these ones, Dad? I thought you wanted to keep these on the walls until after. He's like, oh, I don't know. I guess wife had other ideas. He literally said, I guess wife had other ideas. He said her name, but I don't want to say her name, but and I'm like, and he was acting like everything was fine. It was, now he did keep 5, the 3 best ones that were his favorites that were in his office, which he must have set his foot down about, and 2 little ones that were hanging in the laundry room that he admitted they'd forgotten that would be added to the will. He would go back to the will, and he was going to change the will to say, all the other pictures were delivered except the remaining 5, which I'll get after he died. Okay, and he told me he did it, a few weeks later. Well, this gets more interesting. So let's go to I want to do, I decided I'm going to do the border, I think, in a dark purple. I'm probably going to use that's probably too dark. Maybe I'll use like this one. I think that'd be good. You can use any alcohol marker you have. Yeah, I'll probably do that off camera. So let's go ahead and do the beard and the ears, and I'm going to do a lot of the rest of it off the camera. All right, the beard. I have some grays. Well, damn, I separated them. I don't remember which was for which now. Yeah, all right. Here we go. Getting PTSD having to talk about that evil person all over again. Who else am I going to tell? Anyway. Okay, so let's start with 30%, was that 50? 50% cool gray. We're going to start with 50% cool gray. I'm going to start striping in some gray into his beard, some shadows. I'm going to kind of try to follow this curve. All right, so paintings. Well, guess what? When my son came into the house that night with all of my dad's things he got from wicked stepmother, guess how many paintings he carried in? Oh, that's right, just 2. Not 5, 2. This is the part that makes me the most upset. Sure enough, under the will, under the section that says, Emily, to my daughter, all of the remaining 5 of Kathleen was my mother, Kathleen's paintings, other than what wife wants to keep for herself, with another odd gap after. She kept 3 of my mother's paintings. And you know what? They weren't worth anything to her. They're not valuable. She wasn't like Thomas Kincaid or anything. She just painted for fun. She could have probably sold some, but she never sold a single painting in her life. She'd give them to friends and we hung them in her house. See, I'm just striping this in. She kept them as a control tactic. I think, tell me if you guys agree, 100% for revenge. For the fact that my dad gave me all the other paintings the last visit and she couldn't control it. she couldn't keep more of them, or she didn't get, like, my dad dared to make a decision without her, like me and her, and she was so threatened by it. She had that fit and threw them all out. I think this was revenge. I think she kept the few, she went and changed the will. She put that last line in there, other than what Mary, my dad, okay, her name's Mary, her not real name that she used. I'm just going to say it. My dad never would have done that. He told me, you're going to have 5 more paintings that'll be in the will. And I was worried about it. He said, I promise, blah, blah, blah. He would never said other than what she wants to keep for herself. She wouldn't, if she had even asked him to put that in there and phrase it like that, he would never have done that. First of all, it would have been more specific. He would have said, let's put it under your section, because he's a businessman. He would have put 2 under Emily and 3 under Mary's section in the will. So my dad, she 100% did that. And I was devastated. Shirts was one thing, although those are the most biggest thing about my dad that remind me of him. This is 30% warm gray. But my mom's paintings, she had been passed away at this point 10 years. You know, she was my mom, and I had to go most of my 30s without a mom, into my 40s, and you know, I always knew that those paintings would be inherited. Those paintings should have stayed in our family for my kids and my kids' kids. Already I had a grandson. They're family heirlooms. This second wife didn't give a rat's pony hole about these paintings. Oh, sorry. I said something derogatory and classless and tactless. Forgive me. I usually don't talk like that. I'm just so mad about this whole situation. I'm just striping this, and you can see just sort of making a pattern. So yeah, I emailed her, and I said, I would like to figure out what to do about getting my mom's paintings. I know my dad didn't. He told me they would be mine, and I know he didn't leave them to you. I didn't say I know you changed it, because I didn't want to scare her away from responding. I said, I think there's been a miscommunication. These paintings are not valuable to you. They were even like, some of them were even like smaller ones. And I said, you could buy similar art at like Ross or Marshall's or anywhere, but they mean a lot to me and my kids. What can we do to get these? If nothing else, can we at least arrange in your own will before you pass away someday that they can at least get back to my kids somehow? And she never responded. Nah, she's a coward. Never responded. Oh, I don't know if this was an intentional slip or what you guys think of this. Let's go on to the next color, which is 30% French gray, 30%. Also, I'm going to start striping this color, and we're just building some layers and texture. My dad said we would each get a copy of his death certificate, right? And so when she delivered the wills, there was 3 envelopes with each of mine and my boys' names on them, because they're adults, you know. It's supposed to be 3 copies of their death certificate. We opened them up, and guess what? We didn't get 3 copies of the death certificate. We got 3 copies of their marriage certificate. Their original marriage certificate. What the heck was that all about? And I'm like, what the front door? So when I emailed her, I did say, also, I don't know why we got 3 copies of your marriage certificate. That doesn't do us any good. You're supposed to send us 3 copies of my dad's death certificate. I can officially get these from the county if I need to. There's no reason not to give them to me. And I mailed her back her 3 stupid marriage certificate copies. And I have to admit, we did get a week later, she did mail us. She never responded to me, but she did mail, so I know she got the email. She did mail us the copies of the death certificate. So maybe it was an accident. I don't know. I think it was a little dig, like, I was your dad's wife, whether you like it or not. And it was a rub in the face dig. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, but you know, this is all, and so sad. To this day, there's 3 of my mom's paintings lost to the wind. Lost sitting in her laundry room. She'll never think of appreciate. It just breaks my heart. It's just like, it's such a waste. It's so sad and unnecessary, and petty and mean and childish. I mean, it wasn't worth suing or doing anything because she changed it. Other one she wants to keep for herself. I know she changed it on their software, and they had the final page that was both signed at the notary. So when you can slap pieces together and change all the ones in between, what good does the last one do? I'm gonna put the dark one back in, the cool gray 50%. Darken some of this up right here. So yeah, so in the end, all I got from my father were my parents' wedding rings, which did mean a lot to me. 9 of my dad's Hawaiian shirts. And the rest of my mom's paintings other than 3. That's all I got from my father and my parents' original $1 million estate that they had when they were well off and married for 45 years. It was all gone. Oh, I mean, in the will, I did see the copies of the section of her name, but who knows what she had changed. See, that's the thing. She could have changed something else for all I know. I don't know. Under her name, it said she were left of my dad's 401k, you know, my dad's social security checks. He only had like 48,000 left. His pension from military. His life insurance, which really wasn't very much. It was only like 50,000. He never really upgraded. It got too expensive as he got older, so he canceled it. So for all I know, my dad left me something else. Oh, and the house was hers. And she changed that too. I don't know. He never told me that there'd be anything else. So I doubt it. But, I mean, they were married. So, you know, yeah, she has rights to this. It's such a tragedy. Some people are just... And you know what's funny? You know what gets me? Is I always knew she was like this. From the beginning, from the day she didn't want me and my kids, my dad's grandkids, at their wedding, saying it was uncomfortable for her because she didn't know us and their grandma and mother just died and they probably aren't over it yet and they might feel weird about it. But no one even ever asked us. I wanted to go. I never said I felt weird about it. She convinced my dad of that. So he said, it's just going to be a few friends at home. We weren't invited. Yeah. I knew 10 years, the beginning of their marriage, that the kind of person she was. This is 30% warm gray. Yeah, and I always knew when she would never come on any of the trips. Not just that, all the times my dad would come to visit. Oh my gosh. It drove me nuts. She called him constantly. Like, I would literally hear him talking to her in the car. Like, I pick him up from the airport. You know, he'd be, oh, I'm here. Emily's picking me up. We're going to go and check my hotel. And we're going to go out to dinner at this nice place. And I'm looking forward to it. Like, the kids are going to meet us there. It's going to be a nice dinner. Oh, I'll call you tomorrow. You know, he'd talk to her, right? 2 hours later, we'd be at the dinner. She'd call him in the middle of dinner. Every time. In the middle of the dinner. And I would like, Dad, don't answer that. Can't you call her back? Oh, I have to. He'd answer it. She was like so insecure. She was so threatened by me. Afraid of losing control, right? 30% French gray. I think she was afraid I was going to pull the wool off and show my dad the wolf in sheep's clothing, which I really couldn't because she had him convinced that I was the problem. So, because, you know, deflection. She probably was a narcissist because my dad was codependent. I would bet you. My dad was, sorry. Blah, blah. She was probably a codependent because my dad was a narcissist, which they tend to attract each other. And so codependents tend to try to control everything in their environment because they feel so insecure and yada yada. But yeah, and it would always be like he would answer, but you could tell he sounded a little. He'd like, "Hi, we're in the middle of what's up?" You know, and it was always something dumb like she's asking where something is, or oh, I got this thing in the mail today to show you, to tell you about. Oh, and he'd be like, "Can you tell me later?" Or something like that. Every time. One time, this was on one of his visits, you know, a couple of years before he died. Let's go back and put in the 10% warm gray one more time. One time he was driving and I was in the passenger seat. We were going shopping or something. And she called and he asked me to answer it. I was like, oh God. So I answered it and I was like, hello. And she was like dead quiet. Like she was stunned. Like she didn't expect me to answer. She's like, oh, hello. Is your dad available? I'm like, oh yeah, he's driving. He's sitting right here. And he said, ask her what she wants. So I said, he wants to know what you needed. And she'd be like, I really need to speak to him. I said, oh, you can tell me, I'll translate, or I can put it on speaker. No, you need to have him call me back. Like, she wouldn't talk to me. She was so annoyed that I answered the phone. She hated it. I loved it. Oh, that's funny. So, and then of course, when he called back, we had to sit in the parking lot when we got to the mall or wherever we were going. And it was some dumb thing like, the gardener's here and wants to know if we should choose this plant or this plant, and I can't decide. What do you think? And my dad's like, oh, I don't care. You're the one that does the garden, right? It was just, she had all these excuses to constantly be calling, and she was so insecure. It was, for an old lady, like, it was so pathetic. It was pathetic. This is obviously white. We're going to put white in here. Yeah, I mean, in the end, I still feel bad for her. I do. She's going to die alone. She has no kids. She had no family. Her parents were long dead. And you know what's funny? If she had ever treated me like a stepmother or been kind to me or us or come to the family events or treated me well or hadn't screwed me over in such a pathetic way, I would have still checked on her regularly. I would have gone to see her. I would have taken care of her. She never once in 10 years, she never sent me a Christmas card, any kind of card or gift. Every year I'd send a package of gifts for them both. And then, I'd be talking to my dad maybe a week before Christmas. What's up new? Oh, Mary's working busy on our Christmas cards every year. Never got a card. She did nothing, literally nothing ever to try to get to know me or my kids when she married my dad. Almost like she wanted to wipe out the existence that he had a previous family. I kind of resent him for that. Unfortunately, maybe he didn't know any better. Maybe he didn't care because my mom was dead. Like, he's trying to get through the rest of his life. I don't know, but I really it was really unfortunate. All right, pretty, Alexa, cancel. Pretty gray beard. Let's blend it out. Alexa, cancel. Good Lord. What time is it? Alexa, what time is it?
It's midnight.
Oh. Maybe I should go to bed. But storytelling is so fun. All right. So I'll go ahead and blend this off camera just so it'll be a little faster. So I did the purple border, you can see. Blended out the beard. I used a white paint pen. I just put a few like stripes in there just for a little bit of texture or whatever. I don't know. It looks a little gray, can be a little bit flat. So it's just kind of a whim that I got to do that. So let's go ahead and do rosy beige for their noses with some white. And this is 1019. So I'm going to blend just the outside ring of these noses. Probably do their hands the same. Their skin. It's pretty light, so you have to kind of do a few rounds, kind of round and round. Okay. Let's take the white, leave it white in the center. Gonna do it white in the middle and overlap a little bit of that pink. Make like a glow in the middle. Let's add a little more. Second layer, so do each one twice and take the blender, make sure there's no gray on it, pick it off. You can blend this pretty quickly, starting in the white. And of course, my table has to shake because that's what it does. Perfect. You can take a little bit of that little white paint marker. I usually like to use an acrylic pen, put a little white in there, and then rub it with your finger just to whiten it up in the middle a little bit right there. A little bit of a glow. your finger. Okay. Let's do his nose, the same color. So, yeah, and my dad's gone. Both my parents are gone. I kind of became an orphan. My brother, oh, you know, back to Wicked Stepmother, she was so paranoid about controlling my dad's belongings that before, you know, a week, 2 weeks before his scheduled death day, he told me on the phone that, you know, this is how the events are going to go with the death doula, the hospice. This is the itinerary. As soon as I die, you know, you need to leave immediately. And I'm like, excuse me? He's like, yes, you need to leave immediately so Mary can take care of business. And this is how Mary wants it to be. I said, so the second your heart stops beating, we have to leave immediately. And he said, don't make this complicated or she'll make it much worse for you. Believe me. I remember him saying that to me. And I'm like, so we can't sit at all to your body, each have a few minutes alone with you before we have to leave. She was so worried about, oh, my dad's dead. What did she think we're going to do? Pillage through her house? Right in her house with my dead father laying there with the death doula and the hospice there? Like, I've never indicated any of those kind of behaviors. This is the kind of stuff that she did, not me. It was so insulting. Oh my gosh. So that one looks a little more white. I think I got more white on that one than this one. So I'm going to see if I can add this around the paint here. But, you know, once we were there, right, when it was the time, in front of the death doula, before my dad drank the meds, you know, we were out there talking to the death doula in front of Wicked Stepmother, and I said, to the death doula, I said, so we each get a little time to take turns sitting with my dad after he passes, right before we leave, and like right in front of the death doula and the hospice lady who do this all the time and understand what families need. And you should see the look on Mary's face. And the death doula said, oh, of course, that can be arranged, right, Mary? Like maybe Emily could go in for about 10, 20 minutes or however long she needs, and then the boys, and then once they go, you can have all the time you want. And she's like, well, whatever works. Like, she was annoyed, you know. But that was not the plan, and I'm glad, because I wasn't gonna effing leave anyway. She would have to call the cops to throw me out. I do want to tell you this about what happened when my dad passed away. Why am I talking about this on? You know, Easter is such a dark day. Look I segued unintentionally into a topic of misery. It's like, it was so not intentional. Oh, I'm a nut job. So my dad, the death doula was the most amazing person I've ever met in my entire life. It was such a wonderful experience that it almost made me want to become a death doula, because it was so positive, the death with dignity process and how it happened and everything. And she was like hugged me over and over. It was so kind and loving, understanding, like what I imagine a stepmother should have been like. And she was, you know, an older lady, but about Mary's age. Well, there's nothing but cold crickets from Wicked Stepmother, right? And anyway, so my dad wanted to have only the death doula and wife in there when he drank the meds. You know, the death doula prepares the meds. They crush all the pills into the glass with the juice. And go in there and he drinks it. They give him nausea meds an hour before, so you don't gack it up. You have to chug it. It's supposed to taste like straight bitter pills. He said right after, when I went in there, that it wasn't any worse than a few times he had to have morphine when he started getting stomach pain, and that was terrible. That morphine was worse, so I guess that's a good sign. I don't know. I'm gonna put a little more white on here. It's not quite white enough for me. So anyway, so the death doula told us he probably has about 60 seconds from the time maybe 2 minutes from the time he drinks it before he goes unconscious. It puts you to sleep, but you're still alive. You can still hear. You're just like totally sedated, you know, but you can still hear. Probably, they think, and most people only last maybe 30 minutes, her heart will stop not long after. So the plan was the wife and the death doula was going to be in the room with him when he drank, and we were going to wait outside the door. And as soon as the death doula came out, we were going to go in so I could be there with my dad in the last couple moments, right? That was the plan. And so we're standing out there when that's going on, and she comes out, oh, Mary's going to take just a minute or two with him. I'm like, excuse me? I said, no. And I flung the door open, and Mary was already leaning my dad's bed back. She was trying to cheat me out of that minute, me and my boys. I said, I don't care. No, I opened the door and I went in. And by the time I got to my dad's bedside, I was at the top by his bed, by his head on one side, and she was on the other, and the boys were like on the side. They were adults, by the way, they're not kids. I made it there on time for my dad to say, that didn't taste so bad after all. It wasn't as bad as the morphine I took. So I got that out of him. And then he said, looked right at me and the boys, not at wife. And he said, thanks for being my family. I'm trying to cry. So, and then he closed his eyes. And that was the last thing he said to me, to us. And we, sat with him. He wanted Hawaiian music playing as he passed, so we had a Hapa playlist on, which now to this day I can't listen to Hapa, which is unfortunate because it was my favorite Hawaiian band, because I spent my whole life going to Hawaii, and I haven't listened to it since then. It was, nice, and we talked a little about some stories while we're waiting, and he's still breathing. He's, like asleep or unconscious, or I guess, whatever. We didn't know if he could hear, but we were saying stuff to him or talking to him, or, 2 hours goes by and he's still breathing. He's still alive. And by then it's like the sadness and the tears and the sad music was done. And now they're on to the funny playlist. My dad had a sense of humor. He wanted a funny playlist. The night before, we were sitting around thinking of a playlist. He wanted us to play a funny playlist after he passed, to go out with a laugh, And we're thinking of all the songs that had funny death names, and like, it's really funny. Like, Highway to Hell, the old 80s rock music with some songs my kids came up with. Everyone was laughing, Highway to Hell, and, Knocking on Heaven's Door, and, just some really like funny parody death songs. So like all of a sudden we're still waiting. My dad's still alive. He's still breathing and asleep. But then all the Hapa tracks went through, and the Highway to Hell comes on. It was funny. And everyone was like, even Wicked Stepmother was laughing, and the death was laughing. So it was really quite funny. Anyway, so 30 more minutes goes by, and I'm like, this isn't normal. I said to the death dealer, right? And she's like, well, your dad was a fit man. He was an athlete. He had got pancreatic cancer. He hadn't wasted away yet or anything. So it took him longer, I guess. And she said she's never seen anyone last that long. And then I got this feeling that my dad was hanging on for a reason. He said before he died, we each got 5 minutes alone with him when Wicked Stepmother wasn't controlling it in the room. I was last, of course, and then by then I only got like 2 minutes because she came running in to rush me out because it was behind schedule. It was so screwed up. So we're doing the hands. We're repeating this process with the hands. So, good Lord, what was I saying? It's after midnight now. I'm totally rambling. So, okay. Yeah, I got this feeling. My dad said he had no regrets, but I know that wasn't true. My brother wasn't there. My brother was his biggest disappointment because he turned into a, methamphetamine addict when he was 19 and never could get off drugs. All the years, all the rehabs, all the failures. He knew my dad was dying, never showed up, never called, never nothing. And I knew he had regrets about that, but of course Mary would never let him in the house, which, she thinks I'm the problem. I mean, my brother stole from my parents left and right. Manipulated my mom on her deathbed for money. No joke, for drugs. So, never forgiven him for that. But anyway. So, what was I saying? So, I you know, his breath was getting weaker and all that, but we could see it going up and down a little, and she kept checking it with the stethoscope, and we're all waiting. By the time I had to pee and all these things, and I went to the bathroom, and I'm like, I didn't want to miss the moment, you know, so I went to the bathroom, and I figured it's gonna be okay. And I got this feeling that, you know, I had a lot of resentment toward my dad for a lot of things. My dad was, because he's a narcissist and a womanizer, he was really vain. He had a problem with overweight women, and my mom was always overweight, and I was overweight. And he himself had some weight issues. So if he would eat one dessert, he would punish himself from like 15 miles of exercise because he had a body dysmorphic disorder. He was pretty normal weight, but he had a little bit of a belly, but you couldn't really tell because of the Hawaiian shirts. Anyway, he would always abuse me over my weight. You can't eat that, Emily. You're supposed to be on a diet whenever we go to a restaurant. You know, here I'm in my 30s and 40s, you know, or are you allowed to eat that? Or just really tacky comments about, first thing whenever he'd see me, it would always be a comment of how much weight I've gained or lost. His whole focus was on weight, always. And he'd say, my kids would tell me, he'd make comments to them about, oh, your mom's gained so much weight since I was here last. You know. And I had a lot of resentments about that, and he never was very affectionate to me. He didn't, not, toward the end, he did become that. But he never was like a huggy. He did with my kids. He never did with me. Because maybe he didn't like I was always overweight. I had PCOS. I don't know. He never was very, very loose, casual hugs. Never praised me, really. I wasn't good enough for him, you know, for a daughter of a narcissist. So I have serious self-esteem issues. But anyway, I think he regretted it. And he was too prideful to apologize. That's one thing I kind of wanted to hear. The last 5 minutes on the deathbed was something like that, but I never got anything like that from him. But I think he was worried about me forgiving him. I just got that intuition when I was in the bathroom. So I came back up to his side, right by his head, still breathing, 2.5 hours later. And I said to the death doula, I said, this is normal, right? And she's like, not really, no. But I'm like, the medicine's going to work. And she's like, oh yeah, I mean, his heart rate's slowing. It's just taking longer because he was pretty healthy. But even then, I've never seen him hang on this long. I said, well, maybe he's hanging on for a reason. I just got this sudden urge that I needed to tell him that I forgive him. You know, for all those things. And that's why he was hanging on. And so I'm like, I asked if I could listen to the stethoscope. So she gave me a stethoscope, and I was listening to his heart. And I could hear his heart. It was like boom, boom. But it was a longer pause than normal. You know, it might have been 10 seconds. Boom, boom. You know, it's really spaced out. Maybe 15, 20 seconds, you know, like, and I'm listening, and I was listening to his heartbeat, which was just kind of a fluke, because I never really heard through a stethoscope. I was just kind of curious at that point. And I bent down, I whispered in his ear, I forgive you. You know, it's okay. I forgive you. Well, I was still listening to the stethoscope, which was just kind of a coincidence, because I was about to pull it out and give it to her. And this is the God's honest truth. His heart didn't beat again right after that. Like, I got to hear my dad's last heartbeat. And I was waiting for it to come back, and it literally was right after I said that. The next heartbeat didn't come. And I looked at her and I said, I think he's gone. And she took it from me, listened. She said, yeah, he's passed, he's gone. And so I don't know if that makes me think the studies are right, that they can, in certain levels of consciousness, were still there, you know, even with all those drugs, he could still hear or process what I was saying. And he really, I think, was holding on for that. So, I mean, I felt pretty, I don't know, like, putting the white in. I feel like that was meant to be, that I hear that. So to help me have more compassion for him and get something special. I mean, how often can you say that really happens to anybody? Hear the heartbeat through a stethoscope. The last one's last heartbeat. You never know when it's going to be, right? I think maybe it was meant to be like a final gift for all the things I didn't get from my father. Almost like a thank you. So, you know, that I should sharpen this. So that really made everything worth it to me, and all the Wicked Witch stuff not mean anything anyway. But I'm gonna blend this real quick. Oh, I missed a hand. And you know, it's kind of funny. I got to be the first one to sit alone with my dad after he passed. And I was in there for about 20 minutes, you know, just thinking. I said like a little prayer, talking to him, and saying out loud all the things I forgive him for, knowing at this point no one was going to hear. Or all my own apologies for whatever I think I could have done better, or whatever. And this is probably at least 20 minutes after he passed. I put my hand over on his chest as I was like saying something. I barely pushed down, but this is no joke. All of a sudden I heard this exhale, like, and I freaked out. I'm like, oh my God, he's still alive. I was freaking out. I was like yelling, and the poor death doula, this lady comes back in there, and the kids are like with this abhorrent looks on their faces. I was like, oh my God, this is like the Energizer Bunny. Like, it's just the 9 lives. Like, he's back, you know. I'm thinking he's back or something. And she's like, no, this is normal. There was still some air trapped in his body. Then when you pushed on his chest, it just released it. It was freaking scary. Oh my God. It literally was like out of a movie, right? Someone's funeral, and they like, you're saying goodbye, and they pop up alive or open their eyes or something. It was, oh man. Yeah, that was my dad's death story. You know, where I live in Oregon and California, death with dignity is allowed if you have a terminal illness. And I would say that, you know, he had a priest and people come and talk to him, and there's always those kind of concerns, depending on how your beliefs, which are just beliefs. But, you know, I would honestly say that being a part of that experience, I would recommend it to anyone who's ever thinking about it. It wasn't terrible at all. It wasn't scary or just frightening or painful or miserable. It was literally you drank it, and within a minute you're asleep, or sitting. Like, it was really like just that was all it was. There's no little air exhale after the body is passed on, but it wasn't like all terrible and dramatic and awful. It was peaceful, and the death doulas are wonderful. They're so helpful and compassionate and kind, and it was really so grateful for that person. Like, their job was probably the most meaningful person I've ever had to experience in my life, as far as the benefit I received from her service. Was that death doula. I'm going to do this hand here. Actually, I'm going to do a little bit to the skin, just on the mouth. And then we'll put in a little white at the bottom. Just kind of follow the outline, the hair and the nose. Shoot, I need to put some pink in. Anyway. Yeah, it almost made me want to become one because it was such a good experience. And now I have firsthand experience with it. I would almost do it myself if I ever came to that. I think I could do it, you know, after I saw that. Sounds a lot worse than it is. You know, compared to suffering, right? I might have a hard time getting past the bitter drink, but they give you like sorbet and ice cream right after to get the taste out of your mouth. But she told me in all her years, no one's ever backed out at the last minute. People that decide are pretty determined. They don't want to suffer anymore, and they just want it over. And it is common in pancreatic cancer patients. So in the end, my dad gave me a great gift. I would never have known I had the BRCA1 gene if he hadn't gotten his pancreatic cancer, found out it was a gene, and then I got tested when he was still alive and found out that I had it, which was not great because I knew I had to have a double mastectomy. And my breast cancer risk was 80%, my ovarian cancer risk 50%, melanoma skin cancer is like 20%, but they can scan you for that every year easily. But but the protocol for BRCA1 for women is to remove all those parts and get implants and all that, which is what I did, which was great because at age 50, now I got like a Hollywood style boob job. Looks better than what the 50-year-olds would look like. Gotta admit. Instant menopause kind of sucked, but anyway, let's blend this out. But yeah, I probably would have gotten breast cancer, ovarian cancer if my dad lived another 5-10 years. And a lot of women, I'm in this BRCA1 Facebook group, there are women in their 20s and 30s and 40s that have it from this gene. And they didn't even know they had the gene until they got it. And I lucked out. I really did, at almost being 50, not having had a single bit of any of those cancers. Now, the pancreatic cancer is also associated with the gene, which is, I think, why my dad got it. He also had melanoma when he was younger, probably from the BRCA gene. Also, he spent his whole life in the sun, Hawaii, so I don't know. But anyway, pancreatic cancer risk is only 5% higher than the general population. It's not huge. And obviously, lifestyle factors, alcohol, smoking, obesity, eating meat and fried foods can turn the gene on. I have I don't drink, I don't smoke, and I'm vegetarian, so I think I'm doing a little better. But I am overweight. I have a lot of belly fat from the menopause. I need to lose like 40 pounds. And so, I could still get it, I guess, but there's nothing they could do. But because I have the gene and my father died from it, I qualify for my insurance to pay for annual MRIs to pre-screen my pancreas for the rest of my life. So if I ever get pancreatic cancer, it will be caught early. And most people, it's a death sentence. They don't ever find out they have it until it's way too late, because there's no symptoms until you're in stage like 4, like with my dad. So, my dad, greatest gift he left me was getting to hear his heartbeat and maybe saving my life so I can live a normal lifespan. My mom died at 65 from lung cancer, which was young. She had breast cancer in the 1980s when she was in her 30s, and it was a rare breast cancer. They didn't think she was going to live more than a year. She lived for 30 more years. I think she got the lung cancer as a secondary from all the radiation she had 30 years ago. Or, she didn't even have her she had a mastectomy back in the 80s, so I don't know. Ironically, she didn't even have the cancer gene. I got the BRCA gene for the breast cancer from my dad. So, I was double kind of screwed when it came to the gene. So I'm like, take it all. That was a whole other story. That really was surgery was no big deal at all. If anyone ever has to get mastectomy, don't even worry about it. It was like nothing. I had a double, and I was home that night cooking dinner for my kids and working on my computer. And I was 49 years old. So my ovaries being taken out was 10 times worse than a double mastectomy, if that makes you feel any better. Because, when they do a mastectomy, they take all your nerves. You don't feel anything. There's no pain, really. Like your chest is numb. They also put in expanders, so you don't come out flat. They're a little smaller, but they're still there, They take all the tissue, then they put in expanders, and they stretch the skin over. So they're small, and then there's a port, and then over 12 weeks you go in, they fill a little more each time until it stretches the new skin. And then you go in for another surgery, and they exchange it for the implants. So, and they do a nipple graft. So they take off the original ones during the surgery, take off all your breast tissue, then they put in the implants, they stretch the skin over, they sew those back on, so you still have those, and it literally looks like normal. It's blows my mind how all the people that had to suffer for them to come up with how to do that. But yeah, so my dad might have saved my life, so I'm grateful. I guess it is not terrible I'm talking about that on Easter. So we got the skin, the noses, the face done. I have some pretty blues here. I want to go ahead and do the blue bow. I'm going to have to do a few of these more off camera. I'm running out of time to get this posted by Easter tomorrow. I think it's so funny if no one ever hears this story. Confession. I'm confessing to nobody. Feels good. 903 True Blue. If anyone actually hears this whole story, I would actually really like to know, just because I'm curious if, my stories are interesting to anybody, so I'm not completely wasting my time. So this is a really pretty blue, you can see. I'm just going to kind of do the top half. Same down here. We'll go in the top half. Go at the top and then down and leave the middle open. My dad left. This makes me cry more than anything. I don't know why. My dad left I can talk about that later. A gift for my grandson. But yeah, the whole, the hardest thing for me was the pre-scheduled death date. I think it might have been more like 6 to 8 weeks in advance he scheduled it. And I'm thinking, how the heck could you do that? You don't know when you're gonna need to, but you really do have to plan it. You can't wing it and be like, today is the day, like it takes time to plan. You got to schedule a person, you got to do paperwork. And the countdown, it was the worst experience I've ever had. The countdown, not my dad's dying, not being there. It was the countdown. I can't even begin to explain the feeling of dread. And it was my last surviving parent. My brother was long gone to the streets of drugs. No one knows where he would be. I would never, So I feel like I was the last of my family, my nuclear family. And all I could think about was there's no one left to remember me when I was a kid. I kept thinking, who am I going to ask when I come across family photos who this person was? Who's going to tell me the story of who this person was that I don't recognize from these black and white photos? Or where was this picture taken of me as a kid? I was terrified of no one left alive to have remembrance of me in the first chapter of my life that can fill in gaps or help me remember my medical records. My parents might remember experiences when I was a kid I need to know, which actually has come up twice since then. My dad died. That was the worst feeling. Some of you might still have, if you have a parent left or aunts or uncles, I had none of that. And it was so terrifying to me knowing you're going to become an orphan and you have no one left. Your siblings gone. Your mom's gone. Your family is just dwindled away. And it was that was the worst part. Okay, so this is PC 919 non-photo blue. I'm going to fill in some and leave a little bit of room for white. Yeah, so the countdown, every day, you got 30 days, 29, 28, 27, 15, 18 days. You can't stop it. There's a sense of helplessness and powerlessness, wanting it to not be true. You get to some of the pleading phase, start trying to change his mind, which felt disrespectful because it was his choice. The dreaded, I don't know, I'm sure some people have had dates of big, you might feel how you dreaded the countdown to your mastectomy day you schedule in advance. It kind of felt like that, but 10 times worse. You don't really want to do it, but then when you do it, you're like, oh, that's it. Yeah, for me though, I think it caused PTSD. I've had depression, I think, in the last year and a half. Ever since then, I've been kind of literally stuck with my life. I've gained 40 pounds. I think the countdown, and you do all your grieving ahead of time. So by the time your loved one finally dies and you watch them die, there's not a lot of crying left. I mean, you've done all the crying during the countdown days and the days before when you're spending time with them and having the last talks. I'm going to squeeze in a little bit of this 906, which is the Copenhagen blue, and some of these shadows. You cry when you find out about it, knowing they're going to die. And, I really think that it's the weirdest thing. I don't know how to describe it. No, most people, none of us know when our loved ones are going to die. Okay, well, they have cancer. We know it's non-fixable, terminal. Well, no one knows. Days, weeks, months, a year. Even when they're on the end, it could be any day now. It could be 3 weeks from now. You don't know. You're waiting. Or people drop dead from heart attacks, or you don't know when someone's last day is going to be. It was the weirdest experience. It's such an unusual thing to have known in advance someone's death day, almost like a genie came down and said, your father's going to be dying on this day, like in Outlander when Claire gives Jack Randall his death date, because she comes from the future. She knew when he was going to die. It felt like that. It was so weird, and it was hard because you feel like you're losing times every day. You want to call your dad, talk to him more, get more stories. And I was feeling all this pressure to what are the last questions I have? If I can never talk to him again, what am I going to need to know? And I was every day thinking hard, thinking. What else do I need to know? What else do I got to ask? Looking for photos. I need to ask who this is, who that is. Things I'm not going to remember, and writing down notes. It was so weird. It was that. It's such a weird feeling. I would say that was the worst part of all of it. I mean, and he scheduled his so far in advance, there was a lot of time to suffer and dread it, right? It wasn't like 2 weeks before. Would have been way easier if there was less warning. So that sucked. But other than that, the experience itself was really no big deal. Oh, no big deal. That's not the right phrase. Not as terrible as you would imagine. It was it was nice. I recommend a death doula. Coordinate the whole thing. They help the family. They explain things. They check the body. Hospice really can't be involved in that, but death doulas can because they're licensed, and it was so helpful to have all those explanations. So I'm putting in some white now. I really thought of, after this, I've thought about it for a year and a half, but I'm kind of afraid. I've thought about volunteering for hospice or maybe even being a death doula because it was such a wonderful experience that I really want to be able to, like, knowing what I went through, the needs of what family members like me went through that don't have anyone else, it would have really been nice. And I think about that woman, Rita was her name, who, like, the most beneficial person I've ever in my life encountered. And it felt so, like, I can imagine how good it feels to be that, provide that kind of service to someone, you know, knowing that you're leaving a positive imprint on this earth. I've thought about it, but and sharing my story, like, to family members, I've been through this. This is what to expect. This is, you know, and I thought of it, but I'm a little afraid, you know. I don't want to think about death all the time. Might freak me more out about my own death. I don't know. Maybe it'll make me more depressed. Like, I don't know. I don't know how it's like I've wanted to do it, but I don't know how it'd make me feel. And maybe I wouldn't know until I try. Maybe, it really wakes you up to, this is going to be your other loved ones someday. Your children could die before you. Like, a lot of things kind of go through your mind. So I didn't get to be with my mom when she passed. I was due to go down there the next day. She was having trouble breathing more. I think her lungs were filling back up with fluid since the last drain she had had. And my brother texted me. I was up at 7 a.m. I was, you know, I had been down there once a month for multiple months because it was, again, 8 hours away. We took turns down there, and my brother was around at the time. He was living with my parents again. Probably trying to milk my mom. Drugs, money. Anyway, yeah, I found a meth candle in my mom's car. That was nice. Nice touch. Nice touch, buddy. So good. After 20 years, you've really tried to kick that habit, huh? But I was about to wake up my kids, getting dressed, ready to go. And 7:30 a.m. took a shower. My hair was wet, getting dressed. We were going to be driving down there that day and stay for a week, you know. I'd just been down there 3 weeks before. We were kind of taking turns with my mom's sister. My dead brother texted me, she's gone. And I'm like, and I didn't get it at first. I'm like, what? Gone where? I was like, gone where? Like, I didn't know what I was talking about. Like, it didn't register. He said, to heaven. I said, excuse me? This was in text message. I found out my mom died. What a coward. Men are just cowards. He was an addict. I guess he wasn't thinking right. He said, to heaven. I'm like, what? Excuse me? He's like, yeah, she's gone. So I called him. He picked up the phone. I'm like, why don't you just call me? Is what I'm thinking to myself. I called him. I'm like, what are you talking about? What happened? He's like, she's gone. She died. I said, what do you mean she died? Like, I'm getting ready to come down there right now. And he said, well, yep, she died during the night sitting up in her recliner. She probably became hypoxic. She wasn't getting enough oxygen. And pleurisy of the lungs. Her lungs filled with fluid. And from the chemo. Chemo is what killed her. It wasn't even the lung cancer, which is probably why it freaked out my dad, why he didn't do the chemo. Yeah, she died just during the night sitting in her chair. No one knew until I found her like that. And I didn't get to be there or see her. I missed it by 8 hours. So that was hard. So I was grateful I got to be there with my dad at the end, and I think he knew that. Like, he made an effort to really make sure I was included. If Mary had her way, we never would have been there. She wanted us gone immediately, obviously. She never wanted us there, but she couldn't control it. She knew it. So yeah, it's really sad what people do when loved ones die, and some family members, and how people act, and it's just the whole thing is. And to this day, I'm like an orphan practically. I have my kids, and that's it. So sad indeed. I can tell you, Christmas and birthday, there's fewer and fewer gifts every year. Isn't that a pretty bow? I might put in a little bit of that blue down here. Okay, I'm gonna have to grab markers to finish some of this. It's like 1 in the morning, and I wanted to publish this video in the morning. I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do. I think with the bunny ears as the last major section we'll do with pencil. Well, for this here, let me show you. Let's just, oh heck with it. Life's short. Let's take Dahlia Purple 1009 and Mulberry 995, and I wanted to do these flowers here. So what I'm going to do with the darker one, the Dahlia Purple 1009, I'm going to do outward from the center circle. Just going to kind of go outward all around, like away from the circle. All right, so we're just going to do that, and then I'm going to blend in the second one, which is the 995, to the ends. It's a nice color combo. I'm sorry I was talking about people dying and wicked stepmothers in this video. I have no idea why Easter is making me it's such a terrible day. It really is. Like, I didn't even know what I was talking about. I was like, chatty color along. I'm just like, whatever comes out. Prepare yourself. No holds barred. I got all kinds of stories. I told you my work misery stories. I do a lot of writing, so I've always been a storyteller. That's why I majored in English. I read like 100 books a year. I read a lot. I write, I edit. I'm a book editor, so I do teach some online as well. Darken. I have some writing I've done under a pen name that nobody would ever know. I generally don't try to tell people I know about my writing because it's in the romance sector. And I am referring to published writing, but it's been a few years. I've kind of missed it. All right, so then what you can do in the center, I'll just do like a little marker. Oh, some of that blue would be pretty in there. Let's take this darker blue, the Copenhagen blue, and do some of that like in the center, like we did in that bow in the center there. And let's take the same blue as the true blue. Just put in some of that. Just kind of see how that looks, huh? Just grabbing what I have in front of me. Get this picture done. Both my cats, 17-year-old girl cats I've had since they were babies, died same year as my dad. One 3 months before and one 6 months after. It's been a really hard year for me. Then I had the 5 surgeries. I got an infection in my expander. After my mastectomy, they put in expanders. I got all my fills done. I was ready for my final implants after 12 weeks. Just after the last fill, I just got a random infection in the right side in the expander. They had to do an emergency surgery to take it out. Put in a new expander. Had to start all over again. 12 more weeks expansion. Have another surgery. So I had 2 more surgeries than I had planned to get that done. And all that convalescing. And it was just... It was a lot. It's been a hard year. I just burn out now. But I should be terrified of this pancreatic cancer thing, so I should probably be... I kind of slipped off the vegan wagon after 5 years. I've been a vegetarian for since I was 19. A bazillion years now. And vegan for 5 years, and I fell off the wagon from all the trips to Napa Valley when my dad was dying. I went to a couple wineries, and they squeezed in the cheese plate, and I went for it, and my gut was unhappy, but I was hooked immediately. I forgot how much I love cheese. You forget, you know, when you change you lose your taste for it. But oh man, I've not been able to get back off it since. So now I'm just vegetarian, not vegan, but it's like dairy is really highly associated with cancer, so I really need to get back off, but I can't because it's like my comfort food. Okay, well, that's pretty good. So I'm going to do the rest of these few, just like that, off camera. Oh, and what I would do is I take my white paint marker, put some white in the center because that was a little too dark right there. Right there. See? A little white. So I'll do the rest of those off camera. I'm going to grab a couple markers. I think I'm going to finish off these flowers. This is water, but I'm not sure. Oh, for the paint brushes, let's put in a light color. Like I grabbed the ginger root for this. 1084 for the paint brushes. Because again, we want to keep the colors kind of light. And it was a nice, enough of a yellowish tint to go with like the hair and the grass. So this is ginger root for the paintbrush handles. And it's 1084. Ginger root. I don't want to do too many browns in this, like I said, because it's a pastel Easter picture. Theoretically, that little part should be gray. My mom was an artist, so I know what they looked like. That should be gray. Let's grab any gray you can find. I'm just going to grab... Oh. I have a warm gray. It's kind of dark, though. I have a 70% warm gray. Let's try this. I'll do it not too dark. Ironically, the brush itself should have been the ginger root color, not the handle. Handle would have been more of a tan, but there's not a really good tan option with Prismacolors. I might not fully get it done before I launch the video, but it's enough for you guys to follow along and have a good time. I do a lot of little detail work. I do want to show you the bunny ears. Oh goodness, look, half a shoe is inside that hole I missed. Silly me. Alcohol marker right on in there. And of course a little grass mist right in there too. Green. Okay. So I'm just gonna, I'm so tired. What time is it? It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I want to show you what I'm gonna do for the ears at least. I could probably do that. Let me go see. What am I gonna do on this? I wanted to do some baby pinks and white. Oh, heck with it. I'm already awake. Let's just do it. Let's just go for it. We're going to go to the Rose Fard, F-A-R-D-E, which I think is light rose, 928. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to color in her ears pink and white. Let's just go for it. I'm going to start putting this in lightly. We're going to be using a lot of white. I'm just going to go around the top, but leave a lot of white space. We're going to lightly tint it with pink. Not do a lot. I feel hungry. Like, I literally can't go to bed. I need to eat. I've been off too long. I'm such a weirdo. I officially feel hungry. Nothing worse than eating right before bed. Great habit. Probably do the inside of the ears a little bit gray or something. I don't know. So we're just tinting it lightly all around. We're going to leave some white all right here for white. Just really light right here. Really light. So you can go all over it with the white. Keep it nice and light. Let's do it here too. And it kind of follows upward. It's actually easier to do some nice shading with a small pencil. If I don't finish this whole picture, I'll show it to you in what I colored in April video, which is only in like 9 days or something. I'm just running out of time. We'll do a little bit down here, but lighter. Having a big Easter dinner tomorrow, so I'll be cooking tomorrow. We're going to do an Italian style. Been inspired by The Sopranos. So that's enough pink tint, I think. A little darker right around here at the sketch line. All right. It's like halfway pink. We're gonna put in some white. Make sure there's no green or other color on the end of your white. I'm gonna color in all the remaining areas with white and overlap that pink. And kind of blend it in. So it's like a pink tinted white, and it's more obvious white than just leaving the paper white, I think, in my opinion. I'm using a hard pressure. I'm using the white as the actual blender instead of a blender stick. I wanted to color everything white, right? So probably go ahead and launch the video and then go back and add the colors I used later, because it's going to take me forever to list all the colors in the video contents. I won't get this done by the morning. So yes, it was kind of a faster job on some of this, but it was fun. Just really burnishing that in, getting that white in there. You'll see the camera shaking like crazy. Can do this anytime. This picture doesn't have to be at Easter. I'm really just getting all of it. Ugh. All right. So we got the little purple things on her hat. I want to get a little purple in her ear. So I want to put some of his colors into her ear. I'm going to do the lilac, the 956, really light. Okay, I'm going to put in the gray lavender, which we did in his, then 1026. Blend it in lightly as well. Just some, and then we're going to also add in some white. We're doing it kind of light along up the side. We'll put in some white. We'll have to use the blender stick for this one, but we'll see, because the colors are kind of different. I'm going to add some white in here in the middle. Gray lavender. Just a little more lilac in there. Let's blend this and see how it looks. I'm kind of totally winging it at this point. I don't know, make sure there's nothing on our blender, no pink or red. Okay, go right on in and blend. It's gonna jiggle, sorry about that. Doing little tight beats because I really want it blended nice. Till your hand cramps practically. Whew. Good. I can add a little more gray lavender there over the white, I think, just to even it out and blend it. Doing a little faster than I normally would, so it's more likely to have to work harder to cover any lines. I'm not doing as soft of a blend. Really shaking my table here. Shake, 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 shake. I'm going to repeat this process, the inside and outside I just did here on all the ears. And grab some markers, finish these flowers, and I'll be back if I have time right at the end. I'm actually thinking of leaving the chevrons on his hat white or putting in a white pencil. We'll see. Okay, everyone, I have to cut this video short. It's going to be about a 4-hour color along, although a lot of it was my chatting. I'm going to finish these few flowers off camera. So it's going to take me during the night when I'm sleeping to download or save and upload the video. And I'll finish the flowers on my own, and you'll see it in the what I colored video. I'll probably just use some matching markers. I'm thinking of putting up here some yellow flowers to kind of coordinate with the yellow here and here. So I'll list everything I used when I can in the drop-down menu. I hope you enjoyed the video, and please leave me some comments and let me know what you think or of any of my stories, or if you guys want to see more of these in the future. Thanks for watching. See you in the next video.